Bye, everybody. Happy eBay day. Hello, Jay Living. Hello, Pat. Hello, Sightkeeper. Keep hitting go live on Kick, but it's giving me an issue. I don't know why. Give me a second. Let me try grabbing another Steam key for Kick. Unfortunately, that's going to take me a moment, because they have a lot of security in place. We're getting a stream key. That's what it was. I think I needed a new stream key. Try that. Alright, now it should be working. Hello, Vaughn. Hello, Tongue-Tied. Final Fantasy VII EA Classics PC game DVD. Excuse me? I think that's in the wrong box. EA Classics? Yeah, that's definitely the wrong box. I was very confused there for a moment. If you have a title that's easy to search for, Eric, you can post it. I'll check out your store for you. I can't like search your store name and find it. I would need like a title or even an item number. If item numbers bring you directly to a listing. Hello Cinco, hello Various. Thank you, Jay Living. Get some games before prices go up. It's gonna be pretty crazy in a couple of years. Reportedly, Microsoft is very close to unveiling that like disc to digital thing soon. So that'll be interesting to see what that's all about. Oh, you picked up Shattered Memories, awesome. Yeah, the freaking Hollywood video copy of that. It's a shame that it's not like in the letterbox version. It would be awesome if it was a letterbox version, but some of the later Hollywood video cases, I see it now. They did like the full cover. I definitely prefer the ones with like the little small cover on the front of it, you know what I mean? But that's still pretty rare. Thank you, Weasel, and thank you, Snorlax. Thank you for the resubs. Have I seen the prophecy? I don't believe so. The prophecy. Is that the one where it's like a little alien on the cover or something? I vaguely remember what that looks like. I think PS5 Pro will be sought after in the future as the most powerful hardware with physical games. I think eventually people will be more inclined to buy the PS5 Pro since they don't probably plan on adopting future consoles, so their money will be able to be spent on something like that when they feel like the time is right and the price is right on that thing. But I think it'll take a bit. Hello, Mason. Did I play any of the Resident Evil video games? So I play all my horror games in October. So I do horror game month streams. So all my horror game playing is done in October. And over the course of the last 10 years doing those streams, I have played almost every Resident Evil game. There's still a few that I gotta get to. Namely, Resident Evil 5. It's like the one major one that I still haven't done. Resident Evil 0. I would like to revisit 7 and not play it in VR so I can finish the game. Because I couldn't finish it in VR. Thank you, Silence. Thank you for the bits. Do I have a PO box to send stuff to? So yeah, if you check the About section of my Twitch page, you know, like under the stream, I don't know if you're on your PC or your phone or whatever, but you'll see, I should still have it there. And if you send something there, as long as it's like a package and not like a letter, they will text me when it comes, so you don't gotta like, you don't even gotta worry about letting me know. Just make sure that you put your, like, just in case somebody randomly is like, oh, let me send them something. Just make sure that you put, like, a note in there or something so I know who it's from. Otherwise, I have no idea. Photocopied manual for Chrono Trigger. Well, it's the effort that counts, right? Look at that old photocopy rental manual. Warning, $15 charge if you don't return the instruction booklet. Well, it looks like somebody didn't return the original instruction booklet. Because now they got a photocopied one. They're like, we're going to charge you $15 for stealing our photocopied manual. Thanks, Shirt. Thank you very much for the 7 months. Hello, Guitar. Well, I only just put it there recently. I've only had it for just under a year. Yeah, I saw the Klonoa plush. It's nice that Klonoa is getting all this merch and everything, but I'd like a new Klonoa game. Considering next year is the 30th anniversary, I think this is all building up to a new Klonoa game for sure. There's just too many signs pointing to it. I'm pretty sure most of that stuff from Blockbuster just got tossed in dumpsters. Sadly. Come on, eBay. There we go. I did remember to grab the affiliate tonight. We skipped the last 2 weeks of it, I believe, so it's a pretty long one. So I looked up my my progress through Star Ocean, and I'm about a quarter of the way through that game already. As crazy as that sounds. About 25% done with the game already. It's nice to finally play an RPG that doesn't take 50 hours to beat, 60 hours to beat. Thank you very much, Justuno. Thank you for the 105 months. It's crazy how much this has gone up in price. Odomedia's Excellent used to be like practically a shovelware game on 360, as crazy as that sounds. They overprinted the hell out of that game for this special edition. Used to be like a $20 game brand new, you couldn't even get rid of it. People actually bidding on 2600 games. Look at all the mystery games that you don't know what you're about to get because the spines are gone. Oh, did we get a hype train? I hate my multi-chat, doesn't let me know these things. Hello, David. You've been collecting for a while, but you're growing impatient, finding a good deal on Silent Hill PS1, Resident Evil Director's Cut, and Shadow Tower. So I would say for Resident Evil, try to hold off getting that one right now, because that is definitely seeing a price spike due to all the Resident Evil hype lately. I do think that one will come down, because there's a ton of Resident Evil Director's Cuts floating around out there. Silent Hill? It's going to be really hard to kill Silent Hill pricing anytime soon, because Konami's doing the whole, like, let's release a new Silent Hill game, like, every year at this point. So I don't really see the momentum on that slowing down too much. And just to throw a little bit more gasoline into the fire, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Silent Hill is still available on the PS3 digitally, but once that shop goes down, that eliminates all legal ways to obtain that game outside of the original copy. So that means going forward next year, there will be no official way of obtaining that game outside of just buying the game itself. So I would say if you're going to prioritize one of them, I would prioritize getting Silent Hill before that happens. And for Shadow Tower, I also feel like you shouldn't wait too long on that, because I personally feel like a lot of From Software's non-Souls-like games are still fairly underpriced. And I think people are getting more and more desperate for older Souls-like or older From Software games. And King's Field is a type of RPG genre that keeps coming up in people's like, I wish we got more RPGs like this kind of thing. So I don't see a world where Shadow Tower is going to come down in price either. If anything, I still feel like that game is cheaper than I would have imagined it to be at this point compared to other PS1 RPGs and stuff. We're at the point where Silent Hill Origins on PS2 is like, I mean, you can see what's happening here. That used to be one of the cheaper ones. Yeah, Silent Hill ain't slowing down anytime soon. And I believe, weren't there rumors that they were working on like a remake of Silent Hill 1, or am I just like getting things mixed up? But if they were to ever do something with Silent Hill 1 with some kind of re-release, rehash, like HD version, all that's going to do is just make the original go up in price because nobody is ever going to be satisfied with whatever they do to the original Silent Hill. Whatever iteration they give it, it's just going to make more people want the original. Should you hold on to your sealed copy of Homecoming for PS3? That's completely up to you. That's a tough sell because that's pretty much, depending on what sealed copies that are going for, that's either going to go to somebody that's going to grade it or just a Silent Hill collector. So that's kind of like a specialist thing if the price is pretty high on it. If it's a really, really mint condition copy, you can honestly like consider sending it in to get graded with, I'd probably do CGC. Don't do WADA. Or these days, people are sending it in the PSA. I know grading's not for everybody, but like if you're looking to make the most money on it, there's Silent Hill right here. I mean, hell, this one's over in 31 minutes, and it's like $100 cheaper than what it normally was for right now. The way I'd say it is just sell it to some sucker, right? Get it graded and then sell it to some sucker that's actually willing to pay you tons of money for it. Because graded games, I still think are... The prices on those are just wacky. Here's somebody selling all the Silent Hill games bidding. And by all, I mean like just the PS2 ones. Some of them are actually still pretty good prices.
Thanks for 10 straight years on Twitch, Pete.
Did I ever make blended drinks like smoothies, fruit smoothies? No, I just eat the fruits. Rocky celebrating 10 years of resubbing. Thank you so much, Rocky. That is insane seeing those resubs. Thank you for a decade of support. Never missing a beat, by the way, Rocky. 10 years. Thank you, Rocky. The Addiction from 95. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think so. With the physical game situation, you believe graded games are going to increase in price? I can see that many, many years down the line. I can see them getting even more insane. Because as much as we hate to admit it, there are a lot of people out there that collect graded sealed games. And people will start viewing them more as an antique and a commodity going forward when they no longer exist. Listen, I think it's pretty cool to own a sealed copy of like one of your favorite games of all time. The prices are just insane though. Prices are crazy on those things, depending on the game. Luckily, Eco's pretty tame. It's not very expensive to get a sealed copy of Eco, thank goodness. That's why I've got several of them. But some of the like Nintendo stuff, forget about it. Cardboard box games that are sealed? Hell no. This hobby is about to become worse than Pokemon TCG conventions. I can believe it. If you've been to a video game convention, you know firsthand, like, it's already pretty bustling at the moment. If you've been to the right retro conventions and stuff. It ain't slowing down, I'll tell you that much. Look at what happened with Pokemon cards. They got expensive and people are like, there's no way it can get more expensive. And guess what they did? They got more and more expensive. The difference here is, with Pokemon, the market is like super saturated. Video games are finite. They're not reprinting new copies of Shining the Holy Ark on Sega Saturn. Where's the music from? This, yeah, this is the playlist I was using last stream. I was a pretty big fan of it. It's a playlist called, Nostalgia Radio. We're just listening to, oh. Nintendo music, ambient Nintendo music, and chill remixes. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Oh, it's pretty hard lurk. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Pretty much just had to succumb to not knowing at this point because there's just so much of it out there. It kills me because when I'm at the gym, I like to put on like sometimes I like to put on just like trance and hardcore like trance or techno sometimes. Almost any playlist that's been made in the past few years is just like AI stuff. It's pretty rough out there if you're looking to avoid it. I remember being pretty excited for this Golem game. And then it got delayed and delayed and delayed. Back when I was really excited for PSVR stuff. And then by the time it came out, I didn't care anymore. Also, I don't think it had a physical when it first came out. Oh, thank you, Michiru. Thank you for that 1 year. Really appreciate it. Got yourself the diamond doorknob. You just check price share and did no price of PS1 games are that crazy. Some of them are pretty crazy, but there's still a ton of affordable PS1 games because the library is just so vast. But if you're looking at RPGs and horror games and stuff, yeah, it's going to be a little rough. No manual haunting ground, 1 bit at $400. I'm just so thankful that I have almost every PS2 horror game at this point. I don't gotta worry about these crazy prices. There's Polestar, MVS, SNK cart. The interesting thing about this is one of the launch games. I believe, right? Isn't Polestar one of the launch games for the AES Plus? But the MVS collectors are like, you know what? No, I still want the original MVS cart. Well, I don't blame them. Doesn't make it any less desirable. going to be really interesting to see what happens with that AES Plus launch. I almost feel like people are going to gravitate towards it even heavier once it's out and the word spreads because of what's going on right now. Just shy of 1K. Yeah, Panzer Dragoon Saga. I always mention it. That game is... It's expensive, but it's not as expensive as you would think it would be with the prices that other games are now. The price didn't go up exponentially as much on that as it did for other games. Juggernaut? Yes, Juggernaut is pretty, it's pretty tough to track down. I think I actually have a copy of Juggernaut, but it doesn't have the manual. Yeah, I have a second copy of that, I believe, but it's no manual. Getting the manual for that is going to be really hard. Did I have an Xperia PlayStation phone? I did not. No, I'm not too familiar with it. I wonder if this can cause a forgery black market for older cracked physical games. Yeah, let's not give China any ideas. Because once China starts entering the fray and they're like, you know what? Let's start making really, really good reproductions of Sega Saturn games and Super Nintendo boxes, and because they don't play around with that stuff, boy. They'll replicate that thing down to the freaking like pixel. We won't be able to tell it apart. I think the last PS5 game released on disc will go nuclear in value. It depends on the game. Plus, we're still a ways away from the last PS5 game, because physical PS5 games, they will keep reprinting ones that are already in circulation. So who knows? They could still be printing ones that are currently in game stores for years, but I doubt that. But it really depends on the game. It's probably going to be some lame sports game or something, Call of Duty or something stupid. About to fire. $61 right now. See, China will figure out a way to make reproduction boxes that replicate wear on the corners and everything, so you won't even be able to tell real from fake. No manual, 61 bucks. That feels pretty reasonable. Offhand, I don't know what a complete copy of this is going for. I know it's still one of the cheaper ones. So here's one 110 without the manual. 61 just the cart. So I'll link this because this is still far below what it would normally be at right now. Do I still play competitive shooters? I'll dabble in them here and there if one comes out that I'm interested in, but pretty rarely. It's hard for me. It's hard to have my attention caught by them these days. Hello, Adam. Yeah, I think reproductions are cool as long as there's like a stamp on it or something, or just like some kind of watermark that lets you know, like, hey, this is a reproduction. The ones that forego that and try and pass it off as legit. But here's the biggest issue that I've always said I've had with it. Even if a seller is saying that this is a reproduction, but the thing doesn't say on there that somewhere that it's a reproduction, what's to stop the person that buys it from not passing it off as a reproduction and passing it off as real? And then that's where it gets kind of blurry. Did I like Concord? Oh, I didn't even play Concord. No, I didn't give in to that. I kind of wish I did, just so I could say I experienced it, but I did not want to support that game. I love it when Hollywood Video makes a slight change to the covers. So sometimes they do this where the cover that they use on their cover is not actually the original cover. Right, so that's not the actual cover of what Rogue Leader looks like. It's slightly different. There's some cover variants like that where they use like placeholder art before it got changed. Well, it's hard to monitor Trekkie because sometimes they just get passed along without even being said that they're reproduction. Some consoles are just more prevalent than others. I think a lot of us are just kind of hoping that it doesn't get to the point where people are starting to make like really high quality PS2 reproduction covers. Right? Because are people really going to be keen enough to look at a listing and be like, oh, that's a reproduction Kuon cover? If they get the coloring and the print job just right on it, what's to stop somebody from buying a disc and a manual, or just the disc? Buy a disc only of Kuon, make super high reproduction manuals and covers, and most people may not even know. They're probably already doing it, to be honest. It's just that they don't have the print color rate. Or the page quality rate. Kind of PC monitor. Well, the main one that I use is an ultra wide monitor. I've had it for quite a bit. It's an LG ultra wide, and then I just have two other monitors set up. So I've got a monitor above my ultra wide, and then to my left I have an Acer monitor. In general, there's a huge difference in price between loose and complete PS1. Yeah, because nobody wants just a disc. There are people out there that don't mind disc only because they'll just throw it in the binder. There are some binder collectors out there that just want discs, or in some cases disc and manual for like a CD binder. But it's very hard to find people that just want a disc. They want the case. Just how it goes. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much for the 75-month resub. If I'm getting a N64 cart, I'd rather have a trashed cart than a reproduction cart. Even if the inside is real, I want the original cart with the original label. That goes for any cart. I've seen the bootleg Super Nintendo Junior with the box. I don't think I've seen a bootleg version of that, no. Sight training? I don't think we got this in the US, did we? Enjoy exercising your eyes. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think exercising and relaxing your eyes is a thing when you're playing a DS game. You get to play ping pong with hand-eye coordination, momentary vision, peripheral vision, eye movement, and dynamic visual acuity. Man, they really had all the grandmas under their grasp back in the day, didn't they? what's the deal with graded games. So apparently there's like some we actually discussed this a few weeks ago, but the way it was described to me is there are discords full of people that do statistics to figure out they've figured out that it's worth it to buy like a sealed case of, say, Switch games, like brand new Switch games, and then send every single copy in for grading, and then even if just one of those hits like the 10, they make more money selling that one copy and losing money on all the other ones that didn't hit a 10. Like, so in other words, they've done the math on it, and it's just like it prints free money for them. So that's why you see people grading new games. The people that are buying these games, I have no idea who they are. I've never met a graded game collector that collects new graded games. So I don't know who these people are. They're probably not gamers or collectors. They're probably just like investors that are speculative and just hoping that the market goes crazy in time. Because I don't know about you, I don't know anybody that's spending $300-400 on a graded copy of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom or Pokemon ZA. But they're out there apparently. I don't know who they are. Because it costs about $30 to grade a game. I think it's like $25-30 at minimum. So it's not cheap to grade a game. I mean, heck, the price may have even gone up. I don't know what PSA charges. Probably $40. So it's not cheap. So there's a lot of investment that goes into submitting them. So they're just kind of hoping that they get lucky. It's like a gamble. They just hope one of them gets a 10. Illuminatical. Yeah, there's a lot of Astrobot merchandise out there. I've seen quite a bit. More than you would expect. Who even grades these games? I think there are genuinely two types of game graders. There are the fans, the ones that genuinely are actually into collecting graded games and want a graded game collection of their favorite games, and they think it's just nice to have a collection of their favorite games that are in pristine condition and verified, if you trust the verification sources. And then you have the people that don't give a crap what the hell the game is, they're just in it for the money. And that's it. They don't care as long as it's valuable. So enthusiast graded collectors and investor graded collectors. Yeah, they do indeed grade the cellophane. Or people do send in complete games to get graded where they will grade all the components. That, I think, is like the dumbest thing. If you're buying graded, complete in box, non-sealed games, I mean, that... I just don't see the purpose in that. Just buy the damn game complete and enjoy it. You'll never be able to open it and look at anything inside if you grade a non-sealed game. It's just so stupid. Do you have any sealed games that are refused to open? Well, it used to be that if I ended up with sealed games that weren't like some of my favorite games of all time, I would just get rid of them as fast as I could. I used to have quite a few sealed games, but I got rid of them all because I don't want sealed games. Oh my goodness, I think this got attacked by a wild animal. Or is that water damage? That is water damage. But this seller is still convinced they can get $2 for this. Mold and all. Cover art is worn out. Yeah, you can say that again. Is it over physical games going away? There will definitely be some form of indie support for physical games, but for the modern stuff, yeah, it's not looking good. But I still fully believe there's just too much market potential. Look at Neo Geo, right? Look at how much money they made from pre-orders with the Neo Geo AES Plus. I wouldn't be too concerned. We just got to be hopeful for the future that some companies see the opportunity and take it. Oh look, it's Star Ocean until the end of time. The problem with these kind of streams, this guy's gonna get like, it's all FOMO. So while you could buy that game on eBay for probably like $8, this guy's probably gonna end up getting like $15 or $20 for it. It depends how reliable. Like it depends how big of an audience. The bigger the audience one of these streamers has, the more they get. The prices are just stupid. You see it with Pokemon cards. They'll take a card that's like $5 and get like $15 for it, because they do like rapid fire auctions where they only have it up there for like 10 seconds, so they don't give people time to research the price, so they just take a guess and take their word for it and bid. It's pretty predatory. I was right about the gym. You've been going consistently for a month and it feels good. Well, I'm glad that you were able to break in there, Walleye. Keep it up. Once you start, it's hard to stop unless you got like an emergency or something, right? But keep at it. Let me know how it goes for you. It's just chill Nintendo, like lo-fi stuff, music. You bought Silent Hill short message because it's gonna triple in price in under a year. That is such an interesting. Yeah, I'm actually curious what you guys think about that release. So, you guys remember Silent Hill the short message, right? It was like that tech demo that you can beat in under 2 hours. Remember that? I streamed it last October, I think it was, or the whatever year it was that the game came out. The silly like first person narrative walking sim with like one chase sequence. A pretty lame game in my opinion. I didn't like it much at all. So they are releasing that game physically through limited run games with a whole big collector's edition for $70. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Keep in mind, it's similar to like PT, right? Where it's just like a digital tech demo that one day probably will no longer exist digitally. So how do you feel about them preserving it? But what do you feel about limited run charging $70 for it? For a 2-hour game like that? Tech demo game. That was free, not a game that you paid for. Personally, I like the idea of it being made available physically. I'm not sure I think that game deserves a limited collector's edition for $70. I think if they would have released a physical of that for like $30 max, I would have been like, okay. I mean, that's, you know, hey. We're preserving a piece of Silent Hill history as much as we may not like the game. But $70? Like, come on now. They didn't have to go overboard with all the collector's edition stuff to charge more money for it. That's just limited run in a nutshell, boy. It's all about the money. And, oh, thank you. Thanks, Walleye. Thank you very much for the membership. Started working out, but had to stop because of my new job. The job itself is a workout? Well, hey, I guess that works out for you, right? Thank you, Orb Ponder. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining with Prime. You would pay $70 at PT physically. I would too. That's the interesting conundrum with it, right? It's cool that it's being preserved. The price is kind of crazy for what that game is, though. It's like, I wouldn't mind owning that game physically at some point. I don't want the collector's edition. I would have just preferred a standard version of it. Just give me a damn standard copy. $30. I don't need all the other garbage with it that I'm never going to look at. Thanks, Pat. Thank you very much for the resub. Preserve the Silent Hill mobile games instead. Yeah, you know what Silent Hill game I would have loved to have been preserved too? The arcade game. There's like an arcade rail shooter or something. Let's bring those back. I tried looking into streaming that actually, but unfortunately the emulation for it is just not quite there. Not yet. Oh my goodness. Wait, and this has a bid on it? What is this? It's a memory card that looks like it's been chewed on. What is this? Nintendo GameCube memory? PAL RVL test development. Damn, look at the condition on that thing. How do they know that it'll even work? I don't know what that is, but apparently somebody knows what it is. Authentic internal factory testing memory card used during the production line assembly for PAL RVL pre-data verification. Acquired from a veteran game collector, the card was once used inside the manufacturing ecosystem of Nintendo in Japan. In a museum-grade historical artifact. I have no idea what the hell this is, but somebody does. $70 for a poster, some sketches, and a keychain. Yeah, and you know the best part? The poster is never going to get hung up because people are going to be like, well, I can't hang this because I can't put holes in it with pins, and you know, they're never going to put that up, believe me. They're not putting up a poster for Silent Hill, whatchamacallit, short message. Sketches, they're going to look at them for 5 seconds and put them back in the box, and then a keychain that they're not going to use because you can't ruin the collector value of the keychain. You can't dirty it. Have I seen the I Am 8-bit reproductions of Sonic 1 and 2 on Genesis? Yes. I think the price is ridiculous. I think it's cool and all that they want to reproduce Sonic 1 and 2 with like some cool exclusive look to it, but the price is stupid. That's way too much overhead, or way too much profit on those. Those things should be like $50 at the most. Maybe 60. But 100 for each game for Sonic 1 and 2 with no changes other than it just using different packaging is just unbelievable, some of these companies. Alright, so I went through auctions here, not ending until like 4 hours from now, so that's pretty much it for auctions tonight. Normally I come and check back on them later, but there are only a few good auctions. Thank you, Maniacal. Thank you very much for the resub. They're even doing like a loot box or a gacha style thing where like if you buy one of those games, there's a rare chance that the cart inside is like a limited edition version. So that encourages people to buy multiple copies to try and get the limited edition. So you know what's going to happen. A lot of those are going to end up on eBay when they don't hit the one that they want. Not cool, not cool. Well, maybe IM8-bit should consider lowering the price. Then maybe they'll get more pre-orders. You managed to grab Astrobot and New Sealed for $35. Yeah, that game still holds quite a bit of value right now. Even though it's been out for over a year. 2 years at this point, right? I don't think I've ever looked at Moby Games ratings. Honestly, I don't really like... The only time I care about Metacritic scores is when the game has like one of the lowest reviews of all time, because then I'm just really curious to find out why. Other than that, I don't really pay attention to it too much. I noticed a rise in physical game prices. No, like in my video, like I mentioned, it's not going to be something that really starts taking effect right away. It's gonna be a slow buildup that sort of accelerates as we get closer and closer to the launch of next generation consoles. Because the way you got to think about it, the entire back catalog of all physical games is so vast and giant that even if people are going back and buying right now, there's just so many consoles and so many games. People have so many like different tastes in games, so everybody's funds are being spread thin across everything instead of being laser focused on the one thing. And even with PS3 and Vita right now, which I'm sure more PS3 and Vita games are selling at the moment, we're still well over a year away. Well, not over a year. We're a year away from the store being shut down, so like people are going to procrastinate like crazy on that. And another thing to remember is most of the people that would have splurged and bought PS3 games already, they already did it 5 years ago. So most people already have all the PS3 games that they want. Right now, it's the people playing catch-up that maybe didn't do it last time. Because I don't know about you, but I picked up some PS3 games last time. So it's not like the ones I want right now are numerous. Wow, an actually decent PSP lot. What do you know? I don't know why they got UMDs in there. The price, unfortunately, does not match the games, but the game selection's actually not bad. Death Jr., Coded Arms, Tokobot. I don't know anything about the Hustle. Rengoku. I've always been curious to try that series. Ape Escape, Power Stone, and Untold Legends. But the price, unfortunately, is just too up there. Is Oblivion worth playing for Switch 2? If you've never played Oblivion before, yeah, trying it on this... That would be a really fun game to play in, like, handheld mode. Having an Elder Scrolls game like that portably is always kind of cool. And I believe it's the game on the cart, right? I don't think it's a game key card. Are they still working on Sky Oblivion? Are they still going through with that? Skyrim's still fun to play on the 360. It's probably not the way that you want to play it these days if you can avoid it. Unless you just really want to see how that game performed when it first came out. What do we got here? Boxes and manuals for Game Boy. That X-Men box is actually a little hard to get. Wolfenstein 3D, not bad. Ooh, Iron Man, that's pretty rare. Interesting lot. Definitely for a specialist collector, though. But they know, they're aware. I mean, their price is crazy for this. It's a shame that they priced it so high. Otherwise, it would have actually been decent. That's to be clear, there's no games in there. It's just the boxes and manuals. .360 games. Honestly, for 360, I would just advise that you look into the action games, third-person action games. Right, the ones that we rarely get anymore these days. But some of the main ones, I would say definitely look into considering getting Splatterhouse, Asura's Wrath. Right, those are two pretty big ones that I still feel are. There's still nothing else out there like them, really. So, and they're only 360 and PS3. Splatterhouse especially. Which I believe is already going up on PS3. Someone said. Yeah, don't go too crazy on games like 3D Game Heroes and Folklore, because once again, they're not rare games. This happened last time. Those games went way up, and they come right back down. It just took like a year or two. They're not rare. They're barely even uncommon at best. There's a good supply of both 3D Game Heroes and Folklore. So if you really want those games, and you don't want to pay the prices, you either need to get them like right now, or you gotta wait a few years for them to come back down again. I should do this kind of stream way more often. I do it every week, every Saturday. Been doing them for years. Yes, rapid fire. You can check my video on that. I go over that. Yeah, I go for 360 as well. If a game is backwards compatible, I absolutely go with the 360 version because the Series X backwards compatibility is just so good. We haven't seen someone's crusty foot yet tonight. Wow, I think it's a new record. The longest we've gone. There are people shooting off fireworks, like, literally right outside my window right now. Can you guys hear that? And I have a mic filter on, by the way. Here, let me turn off my filter for you guys. So you can enjoy it like I am. Just saw on Silent Hill HD. Yeah, there was like a big rain and windstorm on the 4th of July, so people by me have a lot of leftover fireworks right now. Yeah, I'm just making popcorn, don't mind me. Alright, I think they're done. For now. Oh, and now my internet, I can see my internet is having issues right now as well. I have a red bar. That's just fantastic. If you get buffering, let me know. Looks like I might have just recovered. My opinion on Black Ops 1 and 2 being ported to PS5. My opinion on that is it was done... that's all part of the plan, by the way. Them bringing Black Ops 1 and 2 digitally just so happens like just about a week or two after the whole like we're ending physical disc thing. That's a big, interesting convenience. Right? Like, oh, let's release one of the most popular games in the entire Call of Duty series, digital only, for $40, right as we announce the death of physical. I don't know, I just think it's just very odd timing. And the price on those is disgusting. And super predatory too. It's like, okay, you can get them half off if you have PlayStation Plus. It was done on purpose for sure. The price on that is just crazy. Oh, I've been doing streaming for many years, Walleye. It's just that I've only recently brought it to YouTube multi-streaming, because we weren't allowed to in the past. When we were under Twitch partner contract. Yeah, but them choosing to release it right now, like the timing of the release of those is kind of suspect. I don't mean like, oh, they just like they knew they were going to be releasing them for a long time, but that for them to release them right now, it just feels like a slap in the face. Like, oh, what's that? You didn't want to buy digital games? Well, we're going to get a whole bunch of you because we know that you want Call of Duty. But here's the difference with Call of Duty. Call of Duty and sports games, that's like a league of its own, right? The people that play Call of Duty and sports, that's all they freaking play. So to them, they're outside of this ecosystem. They can give two craps about physical games. So that huge casual crowd that is just going to play Black Ops for the next 3 years and never play anything else, they're not concerned with all the drama that's going on right now. Well, at least they're doing the fireworks at 10 o'clock at night, right? Sometimes people let off fireworks at literally 2 in the morning. Those are the kind of people I would love to just, like, meet in person and punch them in the face. It's like, why are you letting off fireworks at 2 or 3 in the morning? People have got to get up in the morning, they got to work. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm getting... Unfortunately, my internet tonight is not looking very good. That's my take on them going to haunted places trying to find real ghosts to add to horror games. I think the whole, like, let's hunt ghosts thing in real life is super oversaturated. I don't think I would mind that kind of stuff, but I'm really not a fan of it because there's just so much of that fake-ass content out there. I can't stand it. It's just all performative acting. I'm not a big fan of, like, real ghost hunting. I don't believe in that stuff because there's just so much fake ghost coverage footage out there. It's just so annoying. Do I think the normies know that PlayStation's going to stop making the disc? You see it on Facebook and the news. Yeah, I saw today on X that some mainstream news sites are actually picking up on it, which is good. We actually want that to happen. I don't care what the news source is. You want them to start covering this. That's good. That's good that it's starting to spread there. Do I hunt or fish? Nah, I couldn't personally hunt. I don't want to kill the animals. I don't mind people that do. It's like, you know, it is what it is. For some people, that's part of their upbringing and their culture and everything, but yeah, I don't shoot animals. And fish? Nah. I've tried it in the past with a friend. It's just kind of... I found it to be kind of boring, personally, but I haven't really tried it too much. And even if I caught the fish, that thing would be getting thrown back in the water. Yeah, that's why we play Cabela. To live our animal hunting fantasies in video game form. I would actually recommend that you all play the original Cabelas on PS2 because that game is hilarious. That was actually pretty fun to play. Oh, hunting is expensive? Oh, you mean fireworks. Yeah, fireworks are crazy. Yeah, they cost a lot. .360 shoot 'em ups. I didn't get a chance to play too many 360 shoot 'em ups because they used to be pretty damn expensive. But you should look in the War Tech. That's one of the more unique ones, and that's not too expensive. It's like a fighting game with shoot 'em up mechanics. It's pretty interesting. It's like a versus shoot 'em up game. Ginga Force is also really good, even though it has like a HD version these days. But Ginga Force is also really good. And Mushihime Sama Futari, while I played it on the iPad, that was my preferred way to play it. That is like a fantastic shoot 'em up that I would highly recommend. All the Spy Hunter games on PS2. This one with the rock on it is supposed to be like so bad it's good. I really want to try that one day. Am I keeping up with the World Cup? Not really, especially now that the US is out. It's like, well, whatever. Soccer is pretty exciting though. I'll give it to soccer. That's definitely one of the more like intense sports. It's just, there's really never a dull moment in soccer. There's always something going on. Great little downtime. Well, happy 11th of July, everybody. Man, my internet is like really struggling right now. Manuals and cases only, no games. That always happens with DS slots. The best slots are always the ones that don't have games. Every time. Oh, is today a free Slurpee day? Is that what's going on? There's no delay on Neo Geo AS Plus at the moment. It's still slated for later in the year. Oh, because today's 7-Eleven day. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Man, I haven't had a Slurpee in like a couple decades, probably. My favorite game on the PS3. Well, definitely the Eco Shot of the Colossus collection. If we're counting that. This lot here is not doing the CDI any favors. People think of the CDI and these are the kind of games they think of. Come on, you can do better than that. There's way better CDI games out there. Backgammon, like, come on. This is why CDI gets such a terrible rep. Shadows of Sea? Shadows of Sea. Well, if we're not including Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, like my all-time favorite on PS3 was definitely Uncharted 2. I'd be really curious to see what I think about that series going back to it, though. It's been a very long time since I've like started fresh and played the Uncharted games. I definitely have way less interest in them now, though. Like, I don't know what... I used to be an Uncharted mega fan. Up until, like, Uncharted 4. Ever since... After 4, it's just like... And then after what Naughty Dog is like, they've kind of just... They ain't the same for me anymore. But in the old days, when they were just making, like, Uncharted games and stuff, man, I used to love those freaking games. And speaking of which, I mean, it happens every eBay stream. There they are, on queue. Uncharted 1, 2, and 3. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe in eBay ghosts. I love. Look at the title. Physical media. This person knows what's up. Look, they even have it in their description. Since Sony has announced the end of physical disc production, now is the time to buy these assorted PlayStation games because the world is about to end. Yes, I'm just another content creator who's using FOMO to create likes and subscribes for my retro game podcast. Please feel free to leave me a comment and your thoughts about this upcoming crisis and the impending doom we are all about to face. Who cares about war, famine, or injustice when we live in a world where we can't just buy a physical copy of video games? I price these games 25% below price shirting because I love you and I want you to enjoy these games. And if you are an independent video game store or reseller, I wish you the best in the future because the apocalypse is nigh. Now well, at least it's an interesting description. This person is apparently no worries in the world for the future of physical games. Thank you very much, Jabbers. Jabbers with the 121-month resub. That's it. Okay. It's 3 listings. See, now this... Okay, I thought they were like listing what games came with the manuals. I wish more sellers were this thorough. Using like Word document stuff. I mean, that's a little excessive, but at least they're organized. All complete for $52 shipped. Honestly, their price is pretty fair. The games just aren't very exciting. Should I prefer GameCube or PS2? I preferred PS2 because they just had a more eclectic game library. GameCube is a little bit... It was pretty much like a third-party machine, and then like a handful of the really good exclusives from Nintendo, for the most part for me. This is just called 24/7 Nintendo Music Ambient Retro Beats Chill Remixes. Damn, that's a lot of Grand Theft Auto. No games or manuals, apparently. It's just boxes. Monster Rancher Evo, I have not played. Guitar Hero 3, I did not play. I played Guitar Hero 2. Uh-oh. eBay's having a hard time loading pictures. Freaking, it just dropped my YouTube connection again. Spotty connection tonight. Colostia. Well, thanks, Ostia. See that, Tricky? They're not dead. They just gifted you with a sub. Thank you very much, Ostia. Crackerjack Sonic prizes. I had some of these. You know what the craziest part is, too? I actually got some of these from Crackerjacks. I definitely had the Knuckles one for sure. Some of these other ones, I don't remember which ones. Yeah, the connection's pretty bad tonight, Turkey. No, it's been pretty good lately. It's probably been like a month before I had issues with the internet. But every once in a while it comes and goes. Because unfortunately in my area I'm not able to use hardwire Ethernet. So when I stream, I have to use a 5G tower because the other internet is so unreliable and was never fixed. So I'm at the mercy of 5G sometimes, which is usually pretty good. What would I do when I got stuck on a level with no internet? You either give up or you just keep trying. That's about all you can do. But if the game was hard enough, you know, you pretty much just have to stop playing. Some of those games back then were no joke. Waiting for it to load. I think my connection is impacting the listings tonight. Modern game I got stuck on. Well, the perks of being a streamer is if you get stuck in a modern game, there's always going to be somebody there ready to backseat you within 2 seconds. That's the beauty of the internet at this point. Very standard NES slot. I don't remember the game. I don't even remember what games I played last week. After a while, things start to blur together. Hello, John. eBay is the usual. Not too many auctions tonight. Did I buy Star Fox for Switch? No, I avoided getting that when it launched. I'll pick it up later this year when it's on sale, hopefully. I pretty much made up my mind about that game when I looked into the online multiplayer and how disappointing it was. It wasn't really what I was looking for the online multiplayer, unfortunately. Wish it was a little more robust. Favorite Genesis games besides Sonic? After Sonic, I'd say my favorite is probably Golden X2. That was always way up there for me. I was a big fan of that. Other than that, like, honestly, all the mascot platformers, I was just so obsessed with platformers back in the day. I mean, I still am, but there's just something really awesome about just a good old mascot platformer. So all the mascot platformers. I was also a huge fan of Hyperstone Heist, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Which is so funny because I never really played many other TMNT games back then, but that one I was like so into. And then I liked a lot of the really oddball ones, like not necessarily my favorites, but I liked the really weird stuff. There was this game called Fighting Masters that I liked, and then what was it called? Duel Masters, was it? No, Splatter Sport. Oh my god, yeah, that was the one. Just like weird stuff like that. All the ones I grew up with. If anybody remember Splattersport, my god, what a weird fighting game. I attribute that game to my new fascination with like newer weird fighting games, or always picking like the oddest character you can possibly pick in a fighting game, because Splattersport was like the OG for that stuff. Some of the craziest stuff. I'm actually curious, what does that game go for these days? Yeah, it's probably one of the more obscure Genesis fighting games. Or is it Slaughtersport? Slaughter, what was it? Oh man, what the hell is the name of it? Slaughter. Don't like that. Yeah, Slaughtersport. Why is it listed like this? I want listings. Oh yeah, I remember that little alien guy. It's it feels terrible to play this game, by the way. But it is one of the craziest rosters for a fighting game out there. Is it your first time playing through Shadow of the Colossus, Matt? Yeah, I was also a really big Rise Star fan when it came to the platformers. Trying again because you never beat it. That's cool. Yeah, hopefully you get to the end this time. Did I play Flashback? I did play Flashback. I was never super into Flashback. I was more into like Out of This World instead of Flashback. Flashback was always a little, I don't know. I never was like really into the super technical platformers when I was younger. You know, the Prince of Persia type. Dynamite Heady. Not when I was younger. I got Dynamite Heady much later on. I like it, but I think because I didn't grow up with Dynamite Heady, I have like less of appreciation for it compared to other platformers on Genesis. Wow, a DS slot that actually comes with the games. For that price, it better. Let's see, Resident Evil Deadly Silence is like $200+ now. They definitely don't have this price to sell, that is for sure. Heart of Darkness, yeah. I loved Heart of Darkness because the visuals were just so flat out amazing. And because of the visual style, I think it lent itself pretty well to the cinematic nature of that game. I never loved the difficulty of that game. The difficulty is honestly my least favorite part of Heart of Darkness. Everything else is amazing. Did I ever get into Rockin' Adventures? Yep, I played a lot of that when I was younger. I had that. Kid Chameleon was another one I grew up with, thankfully. feel like that game is a lot easier to stomach as a kid. These days, I don't know. I feel like I'd get a little frustrated with that game. Also, Decap Attack was one of my favorites. I freaking loved Decap Attack. Never beat it. That game is so hard, but oh my god, I love that game. 3D Dot Game Heroes, Lord of the Rings Conquest, War in the North by the Commando. 265. That's a little much. Ratchet and Clank Collection. No, I'm doing alright, 30. Thank you for asking. I don't know if you caught the VOD or the stream, but I streamed Batman Dark Tomorrow. I remember you warning me against that game. But our little conversation, you warning me against that game and saying how bad it gets, helped inspire me to stream it, so. And you're not wrong. That game, it actually started off not as bad as I was thinking it would be, but man, the last couple levels of that game are so brutal. Did you try playing that game yourself, or have you just watched it? Boogerman? I never really played Boogerman, though. If I ever find a deal, do I buy it on the spot? Oh, I won't do that on stream unless I'm doing like a members only stream. If I find really good deals these days, I put the link in chat and people can fight over it like a vulture. Which is pretty rare these days with the browsing style that I do. In order to find those deals, I'd literally have to sit there refreshing newly listed nonstop. But once in a while, I do find a deal that is like so good that when I post a link, it sells within seconds. Just not as common with this browsing style. Oh yeah, no, oh yeah. Freaking Castle of Illusion, that was another huge favorite of mine as a kid. Don't forget, I grew up with the Genesis, so like I have just so many fond memories with so many Genesis games. Like probably one of the most obscure ones for me that is like one of my all-time childhood favorites is Mutant Saga. Mazin Fighter Mutant Saga. Which for the longest time nobody knew what the hell that game was, but obviously people are getting a little bit more knowledgeable on obscure Genesis games these days, but that was always one of my favorites.
You're really nice.
Oh, thanks to Melody. Hold on one second. Melody says, celebrated my nephew's birthday today. He was psyched. You got him Rhythm Heaven Groove. Awesome. Cool to see the younger generation interested in physical media. He's Gen A. Oh my god, I didn't even think about like what... I think you're the first person that I've seen mention Gen A. I didn't even think that was a thing yet. But that's cool that you got him Rhythm Heaven. Yeah, actually I didn't think about... That's actually a great game for kids. It's so simple. Probably his first music rhythm game, right? That's a cool gift. But thank you, I appreciate that super chat. Yeah, I enjoyed Rhythm Heaven Groove. It's not as good as the other Rhythm Heavens that I played though. But I enjoyed it. I just wish the levels were a little more memorable. One day I will play Tenkaitos. It's on the list of RPGs I need to try and get around to one day. Just because it's got pre-rendered graphics, right? Like, I gotta play it. I feel like at some point I have to play any RPG with pre-rendered graphics. Yeah, I felt the same way. I felt like I played games worse than Batman Dark Tomorrow. If it wasn't for the terrible Asylum level towards the end, I would have given it, like, a 4 or a 5 out of 10. But that second to last area drove me insane. Herzog's Way was always your favorite. Yeah, I didn't have that game when I was younger. My favorite shoot 'em up on Genesis growing up was Wings of War and Biohazard Battle. Biohazard Battle is just so slept on. I can't believe that game doesn't get more love. $125 Wii games. Alright. Brace yourselves for a ton of shovelware. If they do local pickup for this, you better show up with a shovel. Oh, they're sun faded as well. Even better. Now, who in the world is going to pay $525 to take this off someone's hands? You can pay me $525 and I wouldn't want this. I wouldn't want to have to store it. Especially with all that sun fading. I'd charge you money to take this off your hands. Storage fee. No games here. I always check those though, because you never know. Sometimes there's some pretty good box lots. My first console was ColecoVision, and then after that, Genesis. When's affiliate? Soon. Guy's really excited. Bid now, bid now, bid now. Aqua de Gio. Wear it to the World Cup. Kid in the back's really excited as well. Man, this guy really wants you to buy that cologne. Alright, there's the next one. Cosmic Pepper. I don't think I want to smell like Cosmic Pepper. Yeah, it's going to be a good time to be a streamer when GTA 6 comes out. You know why? Because if you're not streaming GTA 6, you're going to get all the refugees. Everybody that doesn't want to watch GTA 6 will come to your stream. bulk PS2 lot. About $2 a game. Yeah, seems about right. Doesn't streaming while playing a hard game make you slip up? It can make it a little more difficult sometimes, for sure. But it is what it is. You know, when you're diverting your attention between chat and everything, it can get a little harder. But you can just ignore chat if you really have to get past the hard part. Or what you can do is just don't play hard games anymore. You never played Final Fantasy 13? It's worth a shot. You should really try 13. 13 is so different these days. So different. There's still no RPG out there quite like it. As long as you go in knowing that you're going to get a fairly linear RPG, I think there's a lot to like about it. And I'd highly advise you play it on a Series X if you can. Or at least the PC version, and install maybe like a mod or two, because that game is a little rough depending on what PC you're running it on. Oh, they got Silent Hill Shattered Memories in there. Wow, you almost never see that game in a lot. That's crazy. Damn, what a Wii lot. Holy moly. We finally got a Wii lot that's actually like top tier. Of course the price reflects it, but still, holy crap. This is definitely a curated collection. Look at this. Damn, they got a lot of stuff in here. It's probably the best Wii lot we've seen in a very long time. Man. I can try and like estimate what the heck this would be worth. It's a little hard because some of these I can't remember what the Wii version is going for. Okay, without the Zelda games up top here, my estimation is everything underneath Zelda is worth about 800, roughly. So, whatever you would value these Zelda games at. So their price is pretty much spot on, and I'm like lowballing on some things. So yeah, their price seems like they pretty much took the market value and maybe discounted it by like 10-15%, something like that. So yeah, their price is like, it's fair. It's a fair price for what you're getting there. I'm gonna link the seller in case any of you want to like send them an offer or something on this. Oh, they got a DS slot too. All right, let's check the DS slot. I'll link the seller. Hold on. $850. Oh, look at that, all the Lost in Blue games. Damn, I completely forgot there was a freaking Lost in Blue 3. Oh my god. Forgot all about that game. I never played it. Damn, they got Blue Dragon Awakened Shadow in there. That's like several $100s these days. You will never see that game in a DS slot for a very long time. Like, this is probably the only lot on eBay that's had that game to this degree. man, they got Resident Evil in there too. Just between Blue Dragon and Resident Evil, that's like $400 to $500 right there. Some games... No, don't be one of those sellers. Come on now. Some games may be missing their original manuals. How you gonna go listing a lot like that for $850? Man, you were so close to being an amazing seller. And then you can't tell us which games don't have a manual? Let me guess. Resident Evil, Blue Dragon. Come on. And you know what the best part is? Someone's gonna reach out to them and be like, can you tell me which games don't have the manuals? And then they're gonna have to type it out anyway. They should have just put it in the description. Anyway, it's a cool lot though. Well, there's one way to find out, Wolf. There's one way to find out. How do you lose the manuals? They could be X rentals or GameStop copies where they lost the manual. Yeah, if you're thinking of buying something nerdy, the affiliate link, I link it in the description of all my streams and videos. It's the US link. Oh, this is Kingdom Hearts. I was gonna say, man, that sounds familiar. Alright, while the internet doesn't seem to be acting up, let's do affiliate. This is a long affiliate because we skipped, like, I believe the last 2 weeks. So we've got a lot of affiliate items on this one. Because it is between June 20th and July 4th that we're checking here. Just give me a moment to open it. Yeah, I still haven't played the Blue Dragon games for DS. I've heard Awakened Shadow's pretty damn good. Blue Dragon Plus, I have no idea. I never really hear anybody talk about that one. Alright, starting off. Dead or Alive 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray Media Book Cover C. Okay, alternate covers. Let's see what we got here. It's Dead or Alive, right? What can go wrong? It's safe for streaming, right? I never saw this movie. Something tells me, though, it's probably not a very good movie, but probably entertaining, nevertheless. Kessler Philip Bloom Signature Pocket Dolly Traveler Slider without trigger. Tripod, okay. Someone getting the filming. Weekend Shadow is good if you like dungeon crawling. It was better in multiplayer. Yeah, that used to have online multiplayer. I wish I played that back then. American Pie 9 movie collection. They had 9 of those freaking movies? Goodness gracious. Someone paid 12 bucks for that. Helta Skelta Nocturnal CD Primary Records Hip Hop Rare out of print, 20 bucks. Oh boy, the hip hop CDs are back. It's been a while since we've seen some of these on here. Eden, Beauty and the Beat. Ooh, I like the play on words there. Abstract hip hop CD. Haiku Data by Ace. Oh my god, what the hell? Ace Alone? Ace Alone. Haiku Data Micah. I have no idea what the hell I just said there. But thank you to the person that bought this. Ellie and Anna Spooky Night Halloween Ceramic Mug. Okay, someone's getting ready for Horror Game Month. Have I played Double Dragon Neon? I have not yet. I don't believe. GameCube Clear Console Region Switch. Oh, that's right. That's probably more people picking up unfortunately, I didn't grab like how many were bought, and we won't be able to see what colors. But yeah, that's the people that bought the GameCube that I highlighted. A picture of the mug? No, I can't show the competition. How could I show the competition of the mugs I'm up against for Horror Game Month? I got my own mugs, right? Boom, this is the only one that you need right here. There it is. Someone's bought a few of these. They're probably collecting the line. I know we've seen a few of these mugs popping up on here. Project Blue Kickstarter Famicom First Press Games Limited Collector's Edition. Let's see what the heck that is. I have no idea what Project Blue is. Neat looking box though. .256 individual screens, 4 distinctive level themes. For the Famicom release, we teamed up with the developers of faithful Japanese version. Blah blah blah. Interesting. Yeah, I never heard of it. Genuine Canon ink cartridge, black. Yeah, you're best off buying that kind of stuff on eBay. You gotta buy something like ink in the store, man, you're getting ripped off so hard. Nintendo GameCube controller pad, indigo purple and clear. New stick. Somebody bought Eco complete in box mint for $32. Can't zoom in on it. This looks nice. Well, I hope you enjoy playing it if it's your first time playing it. God, these AI descriptions kill me so much. It's like, why even bother? The AI description is so worthless. I did find it in the Hollywood Video Case Shop. Pretty hard to find. We Fit You for the Wii U sealed game for $12. There you go. Someone's like, you know what? I'm not ready for the gym yet, but I'm ready for We Fit You. It's a good start. Oh, someone bought Bakuru. I recommended that to somebody last week or the week before. 25 bucks, not bad for this game. I definitely recommend it for 25. What did I pay for it? 40, 50? Even $40 it was pretty reasonable. It's a decent little 3D platformer. Starts to show its problems the deeper you get into the game, but it's still pretty solid. Lorcana Winter Spell Booster Box. Gee, I can't imagine who that was. Can't imagine. Surely it couldn't be the only person that ever talks about Lorcana in my streams, right? Well, Bovine, I hope you pulled the Enchanted Rare. Whatever the hell it may be in this set. The booster box looks kind of nice. It's a good thing I don't care about Disney Lorcana. Tales of Arise for the PS5, $15. I wonder what Tales of Arise is going for on PSN. Tales of Arise. PSN. Not available for purchase. How is that possible? What? Am I looking at like a wrong version or something here? Tales of Arise Premium Edition. So when Tales of Arise is not on sale, it is $70. It is currently on sale for $52. Someone here just bought a physical copy for $15. I mean, you guys know what we're getting at here, right? Like, you guys have brains. Not everybody on the internet has a brain. The Autopsy of Jane Doe. Screen Factory with slipcover. $10. Lorcana Shimmering Skies booster box. Yeah, they captured Bovine. They got him. Crate and Barrel Pumpkin Jack-o'-lantern mug. Oh my goodness, so many mugs. Oh, he's cute. Yeah, so many. Like, if you collect Halloween mugs, there are just like endless amounts to collect. Parasite Eve DVD 2001. Wow, interesting. I've never seen this. Wow. It's not a virus, it's an evolution. So I'm assuming this is loosely based on the Parasite Eve book, right? Maybe? Yeah, I've never seen that. 2-hour movie. But physical media is dying, right? It's not like there's anybody out there spending $30 on a DVD of Parasite Eve from 1997. Jeru the Damaja. Wrath of the Math. What? Wrath of the Math. I'd be mad about math too if I had to do it. Nas, It Was Written. The original pressing. Charisma with a Z. And Peanut Butter and Jelly Wolf. Big shots. Out of print. L. Star Ranius. Diversifier. Diversifier. Imaginarium, 1998. DJ Zeph Bay. And here's the big hitter, $41. MF Doom and MF Grimm. Special Herbs and Spices, Volume 1. And don't forget, Scaramanga, 7 Eyes, 7 Horns. Sir Menelik, from 1998. Thank you to the person that bought all the out-of-print CDs. Once again, you know, physical media is obviously dying. So it's great that we have people like you that are still keeping the flame alive. Baroque on the way, complete in box for $38. That's a great pickup right there. You'll be very happy that you picked up Baroque for $38 years down the line. Believe me. Nice Lenovo Yoga 2-in-1 Touch i7. I have no idea what the hell that is, but let's find out. It's a PC laptop of some sort. Oh wow. Bending backwards. No wonder why it's a yoga. Freaking doing literal yoga with the computer. Mika Picasso. Art book illustration and Hollow Mizugi. Rurudo. Art book illustration. Oh my god, I just see in my peripheral. All I just see is a wall of red, and I typically know what that means at this point. Old and maniacal. On his maniacal spree of 20 subgifts. I mean, I'm surprised that there's still people to subgift to at this point. From the previous times. Thanks again, maniacal. Apparently you found some people in chat that are here to get the subgifts. Appreciate that, as always. Trying to like click on your badge thing. Looks like they gave you a new badge. Hold on. Oh yeah, they gave you. It looks like they gave you a new subgift badge. I don't think you had that one earlier in the stream. Thank you, maniacal. It matches your name color. You got the purple and the blue one. You cheaped out. Well, I'm glad that you did, maniacal. You don't always have to do that, but thank you for hooking up literally half the stream that there wasn't sub with subs. Hopefully, it looks like it gave it to some good people. I'm looking through the names. Oh yeah, they're hooking up some long timers. Thank you as always. Thank you for the support. And thank you for spreading the emotes to everybody. If people aren't in chat, it'll target offline followers. Yeah. The algorithm's a little weird with that. But yeah, usually it'll target people that are in the chat, and then they do still give it to people that follow. Because I see it gives it to people that like have been following the stream for a long time, even though they may not necessarily like hang out in chat sometimes. Third Colossus defeated. Congrats, Matt. Do you remember how far you made it last time? Let's see, let's pick one of these art books. Let's pick the most expensive one here. Oh, actually, Saga series. That'll be a fun one to look at. Man, this person's art book collection must be pretty impressive at this point. Because every eBay affiliate, we're always seeing like a few of these at least. That's pretty good. For $14 free shipping, if you're a fan of the Saga series. Full color. Some really cheap art books out there. Or in this case, like, they're not really technically, I guess this isn't technically an art book, it's more of like a series recap, but it's definitely an art book at the end of the day. And there's Inconsiderate. Inconsiderate resubbing on Kick yesterday. And now it pushes the notification through. Thank you, Inconsiderate. I saw it came through. It was weird because last time it said 5 months and now it says 6 months. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Thank you for the sub kick. Or the sub kick. The kick sub. Inconsiderate. Thank you for the half a year on there. Tested and working Wii console with cables, Wii Sports controllers, and 7 other games. Let's see what the other games are. I'm going to take a guess that one of the games is going to be... I'm going to say... Boom Blocks for sure. Boom Blocks is everywhere, right? Jillian Michaels, The Biggest Loser, EA Active, Zumba, Wii Fit Plus. Man, you are set. And Wii Sports. Time to get active. When you get affordable PS2 titles to look for, oh, there's plenty of them. When I'm done with affiliate, we'll look through PS2 games. I'll point some out for you. Yeah, Maniacal's too loyal to Twitch, but the Twitch people appreciate it. Thank you, Maniacal. Valve Steam Deck docking station, $40. Horror DVD lot pick and choose drop down menu, $20. Unfortunately, when they do those, we can't see what one they bought. Codename Tenka for the PS1 complete for $18. I have not played that game. I don't think that's a very early PS1 game, if I recall right. Joy-Con for the Switch. Wow, $65. Oh, it's 2 of them, I guess. That ain't too bad. Jake-Cocoon's Story of Tamamayu. I love that game. $69. Now that's still a PS1 RPG that, for the price, you really can't beat it. For the price of a modern game, you can just get an amazing classic, pre-rendered background, literal Studio Ghibli artwork in the game for the character portraits, for those that don't know. The only thing I wish was better about Jade Cocoon, even though it fits the setting of that game, I wish the music for battles was a little more energetic. The music is just so, like... It doesn't feel like battle music. That's one of my main criticisms with that game. Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection for the Switch. Sealed for $15. Wow. Can't go wrong with that. Looks like we had a little blip in the connection again. Just give it a moment. Sometimes there will be little buffer periods on the stream tonight, unfortunately. My connection is not the best right now. Young and Restless, The Ghetto by Soap C from 2002. $70. Wow. That's a pricey one. Let's show that one. So that way all the hip-hop rap enthusiasts can be like, damn. I didn't know it was worth $70. Whoa, what a cover. Holy crap. That's crazy. What kind of music is this? I don't think this is hip hop. Or maybe, I have no idea. Featuring Jay Treads and the Bruin from the Juggernauts. Okay, maybe it is hip hop. I like the cover though. Three Walgreens nicotine lozenges in cherry. They're back. The lozenges are back. And nicotine cherry ice from Walgreens as well. The double pickup. Nice. Alright, we got another one. Mr. Lunatic from AWOL Records. I'm sure you all really enjoy the way I pronounce some of the names of these. Totally accurate. Sure. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings plus more, illustrated by Alan Lee box set. Let's see what this is. Maybe it's this thing that I used to have. Okay, maybe. Oh, it's the books. Wow, that's a nice looking spine, damn. Gold embossed lettering. There's like so many editions of Lord of the Rings books at this point. I wish I liked hardcover more. Because damn, those are some beautiful looking hardcovers. Look at that. That's cool. Crazy ass, what are my favorite arcade rhythm games? I very rarely ever get to play arcade rhythm games. Because I don't really... unless you live in Japan or you're lucky enough to have like a round one by you, you're not really going to be playing arcade music rhythm games. The only one that I've ever really had the chance to play whenever I see it is Jubeat or Jukebeat. You can actually watch me play that. It's in a members video that was a live stream I did at a retro convention. I played it for like probably at least an hour and a half. That's my favorite arcade music rhythm game. But finding that machine in the US is not easy. Silmarillion. Yeah, that's a nice pickup. Love the art on the covers for these. Yeah, these are cool. These might be some of the coolest looking editions of Lord of the Rings I've seen. If I had to get a hardcover, those would be pretty nice. Yeah, they look great on a shelf. I don't like reading with a hardcover though. I don't like hardcovers for reading. You got those? Oh, was this your actual pickup fashion? These books here, or are you saying you have these yourself? Or was this the listing you bought? Does your round one have a Jukebeat or a Jubeat machine, chicken? Mine used to have a theater rhythm, music rhythm game, but they got rid of it. I've only been to round one a few times. It's not like right around the corner, unfortunately. Serving the world click. Supply and demand. OBGZ can't be faded. From Texas Gangsta Rap. Hustle a pen and pixel. Another Cobwebs and Cauldrons mug. AMD Radeon Pro Mini CD. Wait, what? Oh, it's a video card. Looks like someone's modding up that laptop from earlier. Chip support hard disk boot machine mod. Deltron Rare CD Dell the Funky. Oh, hold on. This one's $80. I gotta pronounce this one correctly. Deltron 3030 Dell the Funky Homo Sapien. Dan the Automator. Tommy Boy Records. We gotta look at the cover for this one. Maybe it's another one of those crazy ones. You got the Bucks birthday present from you to you. Yeah, those are really nice. That's a pretty awesome looking cover. Did you just like randomly come across those, or did you know those editions existed and you hunted them down? That's a trippy looking cover. Nights in the Nightmare for the DS. Oh, wow. That probably is still the best way to play that game with the touchscreen. Such a complicated game, though. That game was really hard to pick up and play. High learning curve. Ras Kass, Soul on Ice. Some pretty expensive CDs. But I thought physical media wouldn't be expensive if CDs are still, you know, if you can listen to this music on YouTube and Spotify. Why would you buy the CD for $55? I don't know. I'm dumbfounded. Magic the Gathering Marvel Spider-Man Black Cat 9 Lives for $3. Thug Life Volume 1 from 1994. Should we see what a Thug Life looks like? This person bought so many CDs, we may as well highlight a few of them, right? So is the person that made the CD called Thug Life? I'm assuming so, since there's no other name on here. Bury me a 6. Don't get it twisted. The shit don't stop. Pour out a little liquor and stay true. How long will they mourn me? When I'm under pressure, with street fame, cradling to the grave, and straight balling. See? There we go. I just spat one out for you guys. We're ready for my rap fame. Second sight for the GameCube. Oh, I always forget about that game. $14, that's not bad for a GameCube game. I've heard alright things about that. I think I have it on Xbox. Oh, that's Tupac's album? Wait, so he was so big that he wouldn't even put his name on the album, it would literally just be called Thug Life? The more you know. PlayStation 1 Threads of Fate. 120. Oh, the price on that has definitely gone up over the years. That used to be one of the cheaper PS1 RPGs. I never made it too far in that game. I don't know. I always struggled to get into Threads of Fate. Anytime I tried it a couple times, like it just never grabbed me. Alright, we don't use AI often on this stream, but I'm gonna ask AI what my rap name would be. Let's see what it says. Pete D. PeteDorr. Just Door. Dorsky. Dorio. PeteDorr, but with a dash instead of a dot. DJ PeteDorr? That's just lame. Lil Door. Big Pete. PeteDorr. Door, but the O has a cross through it. Pete with a period. Doors, but the S is a money sign. PDXRR. Pete, but the first E is a number 3. Door mode. And then if they want something gaming inspired, Loot Door, Rare Pete, Cart King, Memory Card Pete, Disc Lord Door. I think that's my favorite run right there. Disc Lord Door. Player Pete, Save Point Pete, 8-Bit Pete, MC GameCube, Pete No Low Balls, eBay Pete, Cartridge Cartel. Ooh, man, that's a good one right there. Lil Retro, DJ Physical Media. So there's our options. '24 Topps Finest Marco Reus prized footballers orange, number 25. See, if you're into sports cards and you like serialized cards, this stuff is so cheap. Literal dollars to get serialized cards. If they came out with serialized Pokemon cards, that would not be $6. It would be like $6 grand. Disc Lord Door. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Long Box Door. I like Long Box Door. We got a ton of Final Fantasy patch art books. Let's pick one and see what the hell that is. Oh. I guess that's a different type of Final Fantasy. Sashimi Nicoya patch. What does that say? Final Fantasy 14? Alright, now I see what you guys are doing in 14. Uh-huh. You've been exposed. I was gonna say, that's no Final Fantasy that I know. Oh my god, they bought every one of them. Every one of them. Let's pick patch 2.0. Actually, let's pick the most expensive one, because you know that's got to be the best one, right? But we better preview this one. Okay, that one's fun. I guess it's like, obviously unofficial artwork, yeah, fan art book. But at least it looks like it's the Japanese fan art. I'd be a little scared of US fan art. So you got a whole array of those. Silent Hill 2, complete, no registration for 130. That doesn't seem bad at all. That's got to be greatest hits or something, right? Is that Black Label? That feels like way too good of a price for Black Label. Unless it's because it's... Maybe because it's missing the registration card, people didn't bid it that high. Yeah, because usually the manuals don't have the registration card torn out, so I think someone got a pretty damn good deal here. Because this right now, complete, you can see people are expecting like minimum $200 for this thing. So I think someone got a really good deal here. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I can see it on my end, Amberg, but for some reason it's not letting it through. Waku Waku Sweets for the Switch. I don't know what game that is. It's cheap, whatever it is. It's just so soulless. It's like, yeah, it's a physical cart, but man. It ain't like the old days when you used to open up a physical game box. Now you just get like the small print. Look at that. So soulless. But hey, 12 bucks. Can't complain. Free shipping? What the hell game is this? I've never heard of this. Probably a puzzle game. Or like maybe one of those cooking sim games. WWF No Mercy for the N64 in a protective plastic case. $60. Gang Star. Hard to earn. From 1994 CD. Spooky Spirit Shooting Gallery for the Switch. Let's see what that is. That sounds a little familiar. What kind of game is Waku Waku Sweets then? I kind of remember looking at this before. Looks cool. Looks like a fun game to use the motion controls with, probably. Type in Japanese already, I see, huh? That's impressive. Star Fox Competition Vintage Original Print Ad. Somebody bought one of the magazine pages. But honestly, if like the reason that you wanted a magazine was just specifically for this ad page, sometimes it's just not It's just, oh wait, it's not a magazine page. This one's actually a flyer, it looks like. See, that's more worth it. Yeah. Original print ad. Okay, so it's not a magazine page. This one's like the legit flyer, which is really cool, actually. It's a good pickup. I appreciate those way more than just a magazine ad. The Cold Vein by Cannibal Ox. And Me Against the World from Tupac. Hey, Tupac's was the cheapest out of all the CDs. Guess he's overrated, right? If a CD is the cheapest, it's got to be the worst one. Isn't that how it goes? Men USA flag, stars and stripes, red and white and blue necktie, sweater, stripe tie. Probably bought last minute for a 4th of July party. Certainly. Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy official token, 10 types, basic booster boxes, 3 Japanese. Wait, what is this actually? This booster boxes? Oh, so it's boxes with the tokens in it. I like the Chocobo the best. I mean the Moogle and the Chocobo. The Cactuar's pretty cool too. And the Goblin and the Black Mage. Okay, the tokens are pretty nice. Xbox 360 video game lot of 18 games was refunded, it looks like. Because whenever it says $0, that means something happened. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here. If one of you bought it, let me know. I'm curious. Like, did you send an offer and it sold? Or did they cancel the sale because it only went for $1? I would have been happy with that for $1. Metazoo Torrential Tides Booster Box for $55. Well, I hope you pull the Frogman Secret Rare. I opened some Metazoo for the first time in a very long time on my TCG channel the other night. That's fun. Some of the old Metazoo, since they are being resurrected again for a second time. Hopefully it works out this time. Sealed One Life, One Love Hustle Hard. A rare gangsta rap. Boo. From 2001. I don't know what Boo, maybe best offer only? Best? I have no idea. And Lay Low. Damn, I'm jealous. That's a good one. That's a good rap name right there. Simple and Plain. Rare Baton Rouge. G-Rap from 1999. Deadly Class 1 to 52, Volume 1 to 11. 52 issues. Alright, let's check out what that is. Never heard of Deadly Class. So it's a class that's deadly? Looks like some kind of high school class. Can't really get a glimpse of it. Let's see. Graphic novels are an English feature. The superhero team Deadly Class in a modern age setting with a colorful style and focus on general audiences. Oh, AI descriptions. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Yujin Zant Opened Gashpon Vintage from 2007. Oh, interesting. Let's see what we got here. $40 for this. So I'm going through affiliate right now. So these are all items that are bought from people in my community using my affiliate link. So the things we're looking at are bought by people that are usually hanging out in the chat. We take a look at what they bought, what they paid, and I comment on what they got. $40 for that. It's cool though. Just be a fan of Twilight Princess. Wonder what the link one goes for. And Sentient for the PS1 for $32. That's a good price for Sentient. I think that was somebody else that was listening to what I was saying about that game a few weeks ago. Anyway, interesting affiliate. Lots of different stuff on here. The best purchase of the week? Whew. We gotta give it to the rap person, right? Like, the amount of rap CDs that were bought. Pretty crazy. So I give it to the rap CD collector. The hip-hop CD collector. You get the award from PeteDorr for best eBay purchase of the last 2 weeks. Alright, so we were going to look up PS2 games, right? And yeah, if you want your stuff to show up in my affiliate searches when we do them on Saturdays. On YouTube, the affiliate link is in my video and stream descriptions. Every one of them, you just gotta like look in the about section, you know, the description of the video or the stream. And then on Twitch, it's in the about section, or you just use the exclamation eBay command, which from auto posting, I believe. Let me see if I can turn that back on. Oh, is it on? Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, it posts like every 40 minutes. What do you roar for? I really enjoyed that game. Makes me sad we never got another one. That's a series that needs to come back. Dragon Quarter for $30. Oh wow. Price on that. People are starting to ask more money for it. So what ways was Alien Hominid made available again? Obviously, Xbox Live Arcade, so it's on Series X and everything. And it's on GameCube, right? So GameCube and PS2, are those the only physical ways to get Alien Hominid? I was always fascinated by why that game is so expensive on PS2 when it's, I feel, pretty accessible still. It never really took me for the kind of game that would be pricey on the PS2, you know? I would have been a much bigger fan of Alien Hominid if it wasn't quite as difficult as it was. I just felt it was a little too... It's just so easy to die in that game and just spawn over and over and over and over. It was one-hit death, I believe, right? Oh, thank you, Maniacal. Thank you again for the sub-gifts. Always appreciate it. You have a good night. Yeah, luckily no gym tonight. Not tonight. I was able to go earlier. I hate going at night. I try to avoid it when I can. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty nice because it's pretty damn dead there. But, I don't know. When I'm done streaming, the last thing I feel like doing is going to the gym, so I like to avoid that when possible. Yeah, you have a good night. See you next time. Yeah, I'm sure if you can get really good at Alien Hominid, then it's really fun to play, but I didn't enjoy dying over and over and over. It's too trial and error for my taste. I was a huge Castle Crashers fan back when that game came out. These days I can kind of like care less about it personally. But back when it came out, that game was a big deal. I used to go to PAX and wait in line to meet the creator of the game and have him sign my stuff. I still have something signed by them. I'm actually looking at my Castle Crasher right now. Unfortunately, the case that it came in that they signed, like, cracked. Like the plastic protective case that went over the figure. I had a Behemoth plushie of the chicken. I had a stress ball of the chicken. I had the Castle Crashers figure. Yeah, I was a pretty big Castle Crashers fan. One of the goats. I don't know how this would play on PS2. It plays great on GameCube though, especially with the analog triggers for Extreme G3. I'd imagine the PS2 version is not quite as good. Castle Crashers was so ahead of its time. I truly believe that if Castle Crashers came out today, like fresh start, new developer, they just released the game right now, nobody would care. That's how insane indie games are today. If you released the right game at the right time with the right art style that was unique and impressive in some way back in the like Xbox Live Arcade days, you had a huge hit on your hands. If you released a game like Castle Crashers right now, it would probably struggle to get any attention. That's just how indie games are now. Some of these prices from this select can't be right. Aquatine Hunger Force is like 50 to 60. It's not $100. I think we're looking at a seller that's overpricing things. Artwork only, but it looks like it's water damage. For Shattered Memories. What are they working on now? Like what is the Behemoth if they're still even calling themselves? Like what are they making now? It feels like it's been a while since they made something new. I only really got into Castle Crashers. I never really... Battle Block Theater, I don't think I got into that at all if I played much of it. I remember playing the demo for it at PAX before it was out and I wasn't really feeling it. Biker Mice from Mars. My playthrough of this got cut short from the PS2 roulette. I was looking forward to it because it seemed like a really terrible game, like really bad. People skipped it pretty. I was only able to play it for like 20 minutes. I do not recommend you buy that game. I know there's a Batenkaitis 1 and 2 HD remaster. Yeah, I haven't looked into like which version would be better to play. I'm completely okay with playing them on GameCube. I don't have to play the remasters. In cases of games with pre-rendered backgrounds, I actually kind of prefer the originals because what ends up happening is they up-res the backgrounds so much that the characters that stand on top of the backgrounds end up looking like they don't belong there. Sort of like what happened with the Final Fantasy PlayStation 1 remasters. So I actually think in a lot of instances they look better in the original version with pre-rendered backgrounds. Here's just a reminder that Squaresoft put out a driving game on PS2 that we all had a big revelation about a few months ago. It's like, wait, what? Squaresoft put out a driving game? Driving emotion type S. And I looked at some gameplay and it actually looked pretty damn solid. Most recent game from Behemoth is called Behemoth, and it was an endless runner. Okay, interesting. Haven't heard of that one. But you see how the mighty have fallen, right? Like, the people still really follow Behemoth? feels like they kind of peaked with Castle Clashers. It was really cool though that apparently they put out, what was it, free DLC or new DLC at least for Castle Crashers like a year ago. That's kind of cool. And out of nowhere. You just scored a mint copy of Resident Evil 1 Dreamcast. Oh, Director's Cut. I'm like, Dreamcast. I'm like, wait, hold on. On eBay an hour ago. Nice. Yeah, that one's not easy to get. Whenever I say DC, I just like immediately think of Dreamcast. Super Meat Boy, yeah, great example, right? If Meat Boy came out today, I don't think anybody would really care. Would it be considered a great game? Yes, but I don't think it would have been the frenzy that it was back then. Even like all those games, all those cutting edge games, Limbo, maybe Fez would make some headway today. But a lot of those, like Braid especially, nobody would give a crap about Braid if Braid came out right now. You just had to be right place, right time back then. Half-Life for 75. Man, what will happen to the price of Half-Life if literally anything Half-Life was announced in the future? I truly believe that if Half-Life 3 becomes a thing, you will see the price of this game go up to easily $300+, easy. Because it's actually a pretty uncommon game. It's not easy to find. Guitar Man for 300. Yeah, I don't foresee the price of Guitar Man ever going back down because PS5 version sucks. I didn't put delay as you just can't play the game on anything but normal difficulty. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see the documentary on Super Meat Boy. Indie games were all fresh back then, not anymore. Exactly. No, the peak time for indie was Xbox Live Arcade days. Those were the days. I remember just being so excited anytime new games came out on Xbox Live Arcade. I'd always check, and they were so cheap, and they were generally really good games. Summer of Arcade. We didn't know how good we had it back then. And that was in a time where not a lot of games released on Steam either. Like, you could actually keep track of the games that were coming out on Steam. Okage Sealed. If you still haven't played Okage, that's a must-play RPG. If you like turn-based. Still nothing quite like Okage Shadow King from a presentation standpoint. Very unique. I kind of wish I never did the speedrun for that game though, because now I know about the camera exploit. And that would make doing a normal playthrough of that game a little rougher to do, because at any moment I know I could just kind of like turn off encounters. So essentially, like, some of you may remember my speedrun for that. If you run towards the camera, in other words, like if you're running towards the screen, rather than like, you know, if you see the front of the character as you're moving and you rotate the camera so you always see the front of the main character as you run through the dungeons, enemies don't spawn if you do it correctly. So you can go through most of that game and never get a single random encounter. So yeah. Once you know that, it's a little hard to play through the game normal and be like, yeah, let's do the normal encounters. But I will say the normal encounters in that game, the enemies are so cool, so unique looking. This is another one, Red Ninja. I feel like that game is going to continue to climb. I mean, it's already more expensive than it was a couple years ago. But when it comes to these, like, over-the-top action games from PS2 era. Those are the ones. That's the next genre to watch out for. We already know about RPGs. We know about survival horror. I think the next genre that you really got to watch out for are third-person action games. Yeah, Okage Shadow King. It's on the PS4 store. It does not work on a PS5, just a heads up. Other than that, it's only on PS2, physical. It's like, a lot of people compare it to like a Tim Burton kind of look. Very Nightmare Before Christmas-esque. Really unique art style. Trying to reload my chat. Really cool music too. It's just such a cool game. There's really no RPGs out there like it. This is an Indian exclusive PS2 game, which I do have. I think I eventually did get Raw one. It was one of the last ones I needed for the Indian games. There's also a version of this on PS3. I haven't played it yet. Hanuman Boy Warrior is like the best one from India out of the few that came out. Yeah, the final boss, you do have to do quite a bit of grinding, but there's a new speedrun route that kind of bypasses the grind in the final dungeon, however they routed the game. So I'd be interested to see what they do. Kingsfield for 130. Yeah, I'd say don't sleep on Kingsfield Ancient City. I'd say if I had to pick like top 5 PS2 games that are most likely to explode in price in the coming years, I'm pretty sure I'd put that one in the top 5. Pretty confident on that. Yeah, the sad part is Okage is playable. Like, you can play it, but it's super glitchy. But I agree, they shouldn't allow you to buy it at all if it's on the store. Oh look, shoot 'em ups. I have this one. I can't remember if I sold it though. Gigawing Generations. Not a lot of people are aware that there was another Gigawing game after Dreamcast, but it was only on Japanese PS2. That was one of the first imports I bought for PS2. Check PS3 next. Collection videos in the future. I would really love to do a PS2 collection video. Like, I really want to do a PS2 collection video. The problem with that is my PS2 collection is so big, I honestly don't even know how I would film the video. So, but yeah, it's the one I want to do the most. I can definitely do PS1 import collection. That wouldn't be too bad. PS1 would also be kind of a problem. But PS2 especially would be... I wouldn't even be able to fit it, because I would do it old school. Whole collection in front of me. One take, unedited, going through every game. The problem is I don't even know how I would do that. Like, I physically don't know how I would display my PS2 collection for a video. I'd have to, like... I don't know. I don't know how... I'd have to, like, buy foldable tables and put it on that. I don't know. Split it into parts? Hell no. No parts. We do it all one take. All or nothing. The video would probably... I don't even know how long the video would be. It would depend how long of a tangent I go on about certain games. It would probably take the whole day to film. Well, actually, it would probably have to be slight edits in there, because I would not trust whatever memory card I'd be using to film that to not, like, glitch out or have an issue. Like, I'd probably have to save every hour and then splice it all together. Because, man, I would imagine I'm, like, 7 hours deep and it's like, oh, error. You gotta start over. Oh my god. That ain't happening. My PS2 collection is just like, it's not even all in one place. I have too many PS2 games. They're just like in bins and they're all over the place. So that would be, it would be an event. I'm not even joking. I'd probably have to take a week off from streaming to even prepare for a PS2 collection video. But it would be fun to sit down and just remember all the games I have and also just talk about them. Because I played so many PS2 games now over the last few years. Kind of boring PS3 listings. I think we're better off looking at what people are paying for PS3 games right now. There's a lot of filler here. The video would definitely be longer than 4 hours. Yeah, it's hard for me to estimate how long it would be, but I'd probably imagine 7 to 8 hours or more. $76 for Asura's Wrath. You really want to try and get that game on 360 though, believe me, you'll be happy you did with the backwards compatibility. It's really good on Series X. No, the PS2 wheel is definitely coming back. Right now, because it's just, I'd hate to bring it back and then like, okay, we got October, and then November, I'm going to be catching up on the games that I wanted to play that came out in October. So right now I'm pretty much saying, you know, let's just bring it back January 1st next year kind of thing. You know, not official. It's definitely coming back. But I just think the timing, it's just best to wait until we've got like nothing else going on kind of thing. I don't want to bring it back for 2 months and then get sidetracked again, right? Like when I bring it back, I want to bring it back for a bit. Plus, I think the anticipation of when it comes back will just be better anyway. Since it will have been a little bit good break from it. Believe me, there's a lot of PS2 games that I want to play, so I'm dying to get back to it. I'm sure there's some PS2 games that I'll just like straight up play anyway, because I don't know if I'll be able to wait another half a year to play some PS2 stuff. But you know, it's not like I'm in dire need of more PS2 games or anything. $120 for 3D Dot Game Heroes. Okay. Yeah, so history repeating itself with that. Really, I would not panic about 3D Dot Game Heroes. That game is pretty easy to find. If anything, I feel like a lot of the people that are listing 3D Dot Game Heroes are probably the people that bought a lot of them last time and couldn't offload all of them, and now they've got like a stockpile of them from last time, and they're like, oh, perfect opportunity to try and sell this right now. You just gotta be patient with PS3. Prices are definitely gonna go up, but they will come back down again on most games. Most, not all though. This will be one of the bigger ones, Lost in Rain, since that will now be the only way to get that game physically when the store goes down. Sealed for that Castlevania. When Heavenly Sword goes up in price, that's when you gotta start panicking. Because that's a pretty common game. Then the sales might start hitting like a new all-time high for PS3 when that starts going up. But heck, if there's if people are looking for exclusives, Heavenly Sword is gonna be one of those games. Lair is like $5. Lair is a fun game though. It's definitely worth picking up for $5. See, last time Blades of Time, not sealed, was like $100+. This time it's $130 sealed. So even that game isn't going quite as wild right now. Yeah, the bad performance of PS3 versions is definitely one of the reasons I prefer 360 when they're available on both. Especially if it's backwards compatible, then at that point I'm like, man, I just gotta get the 360 version. I still gotta pick up some of these MotorStorm games. I never played Apocalypse, I never played Pacific Rift, which is one I really want to play. I still forgot to get it last time. But that's a pretty common game, right? Like, I'm not too worried about it. Even if it goes up, it'll come down. Wow, that's like one of the only times I actually think the Greatest Hits cover looks nice, because it matches the red. Look at that. $35. Now this is a pretty rare one. Vampire Rain, Altered Species. Especially if you're trying to get it with the poster. That's one that I'd put into the like just barely rare category. It's not common. It's not like super uncommon. Bad as that game is supposed to be, that is one that you should keep your eye on. Because when I tried to track it down, I had a hard time finding a copy with the poster. I mean, just a copy in general was not the most plentiful thing on eBay. And that was a couple years ago. Saw 1 and 2 for 120. Oh, that's for PAL version. I was gonna say that's a pretty good price. Right now, though, honestly, looking at PS3 prices, yeah, there's a few games that have gone up. But for the most part, a lot of these games are staying pretty stable. Nothing too crazy. Just like I said in my video, it's going to be a slow crawl. Because the announcement of the store closing, if they did not announce that alongside the physical disc thing, the prices would be definitely crazier for sure. Because the highlight would have been laser focused on PS3 store closing. But because people are definitely, obviously, rightfully more focused on physical discs dying, there's not quite as much intensity on PS3 prices right now. Puppeteer for 280. Man, that is... Do not pay 280 for Puppeteer. That's so wild. It's funny how it's only like 3 games that have shot up like crazy, and it's the same 3 from last time that went really high and just came right back down. Puppeteer is not a rare game, okay? Be patient. Don't panic by that. It's why certain games on PS3 go kind of crazy and then always come back down, because there really are not a lot of rare PS3 games. So people have to try and fabricate rare PS3 games, if that makes sense. They have to like find justification for certain games to be more pricey, because it's like there's not a lot of reasons for certain games on here to be expensive. There's just not a lot of actually legit rare games on the PS3. Looks like somebody may have bought that Kingsfield that I scrolled by. Yeah, there are a handful of genuinely really rare PS3 games, but they tend to be... A lot of times they tend to be games that not a lot of people would be hunting anyway, or just genuinely not good games. Like Magus and even Africa is supposed to be pretty terrible. The rare games are not super desirable on PS3. So really the uncommon, the high uncommon games get propped up to take their place for desirability. And that's kind of my theory as to why a lot of third-party games on PS3 get expensive, right? The ones that have a 360 release, but they tend to get really expensive on PS3. It's because the PS3 collectors, they have nothing else to do with their money. They're like, well, there's no super rare games that I need to spend like $500. Oh, there's no survival horror game that costs $1,000. What am I going to do? Okay, I'm just going to spend a ton of money on third-party games that are on PS3. Because what the hell else are they going to do? There's not much else to collect from a rarity perspective. So they dump all that money into the third-party games, and that's why those get so pricey. Thanks, Kyle. Thank you for the 55 months. Things are looking pretty... Like, honestly, these prices are not... They're pretty... You know, there's a little bit of a price increase across the board on everything. Maybe like 10-15%-ish. Obviously, sale frequency is pretty high. This is all just from today. Other than just the usual suspects that we expected to go up, it's really not that bad on PS3 right now. Just like I said in my video. But believe me, it'll get worse as time goes on. If you're going to hunt for PS3, now's the time to like stealthily do it if you're concerned about prices going up and you're kind of worried about if and when they will come back down. Now's the time to buy. Because the longer you wait till July of next year, the worse it will get, believe me. And then you gotta figure out how long you're willing to wait before you add certain games to your collection after that. At this point, I'd argue it's already too late to add the genuinely rare games to your collection. Like the really rare ones. Those are not coming down from now until next year. Yeah, so here's one. This one went crazy last time as well. The main reason is because it has Tokyo Jungle, which will be the only US copy that will have the, there's an import you can get, but this is the only US way to get a physical of Tokyo Jungle. This one I can foresee not really coming down in price, because this time the store will be dead for real. And this did come down in price after the store didn't close last time, but this time I'm pretty certain this is going to be expensive for the foreseeable future. I don't foresee a time where this comes back down in price, given what happened. Tokyo Jungle is a cult classic. Fat Princess is a cult classic. Sound Shapes is pretty cool too. I wouldn't say it's a cult classic, but it's a great game. That's my take on the VGP reprints of PS3, like the HD collections. I don't really follow along with their reprints. I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. They're all about physical. I respect their business decisions. That's why it's really risky to collect for any console that can still be reprinted, right? Like PS4, PS3. It is risky to collect the rare stuff, because you never know when it could get reprinted and you can get it much cheaper. Games on PS3 are actually rare and actually good. Well, when I say actually rare, I mean stuff like that PSN collection, the Painkiller game, like the original print of Painkiller, that was always several $100s. The Siberia collection was several hundred, but both of those have been reprinted by the THQ Nordic version. Africa is genuinely rare. I haven't played it, but that's considered very hit or miss. Magus is generally considered terrible. Rain, which didn't get a US release, Lost in Rain, is probably like considered the best one in terms of like, actually a pretty damn good game, and it's also rare, but it's you're importing an Asian copy. Other than that, all of the PS3 games, in my opinion, are hard to get uncommon at best. The ones that you're seeing right now that are going for like 100, like the Saw games, they're not rare. They're not that hard to get. Right? Splatterhouse, not rare. PS3 is just a bunch of uncommon games. Everything is mostly plentiful on this console. If you want something, you can definitely get it. Right? Asura's Wrath, not rare at all. It's $100 right now, but it's not rare. My definition of rare for PS3, and my definition of rare depends on the console. Certain ones it'll be more scarce than others, but rare for me on the PS3 is if you go on eBay and you search, and at any given moment there's only 10 or fewer copies available at any given time, without what is currently happening, right? So what I mean by that is right now there's a hyper focus on people picking up games, right? For the most part. So certain games will actually have way less than 10 available because of what's happening right now. But in a normal day, when the news of PS3 shutting down the PSN store isn't just like a new news story. If you just go on eBay, if you went on eBay a month ago, okay, and there were 10 or less of a game available, that to me is rare on PS3. if there's like 30, 40, 50 of them, that's not rare, that's uncommon. That's how I kind of define it. These are all games that have sold today still, by the way. We're still scrolling through today's date. High sales volume, but you'll notice a lot of people are picking up some of the cheaper games. Wow, $40 for Resistance. That's interesting. Really, $40. I feel like the other ones can't be that high. Maybe that's just an outlier. It feels a little unrealistic, but you never know. Hello, Ost. I'm actually curious about Resistance. Let's check that. $28, $40, $14, $5, $20. Yeah, so somebody just randomly paid $40 for some reason. Maybe there's no cheap copy left. It's a pretty plentiful game, though. I can't imagine that. Tokyo Jungle is made by the same devs who made 7th Cross Evolution. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good fit between them, right? Two weird games. You looking for Pacific Rift? Yeah, that's one I gotta pick up at some point myself. Looks like it's going for no more than 30 right now. Just to put into perspective how crazy the last PS Apocalypse got during the original planned shutdown, Pacific Rift was up to like $70 at one point. That's how insane it got. Oh wow, look, they just straight up called it MotorStorm 2 in Japan. I never knew that. So it looks like there are 57. Oh, there's still... A lot of them are from Canada, though. What the hell? Nobody wants to buy from Canada. They're like, yeah, I ain't paying that shipping. Yeah, almost all the ones in the US are gone, it looks like. So that'll probably start going up in price gradually. See what people are doing with Switch games. I almost never search Switch. Is it worth playing Pikmin 1 on the Switch? Or should you just play the GameCube version? Is there really that big of a difference? Does it look much better? I'm assuming they put it in 16:9, obviously, right? Maybe that's why. Wait, they censored Pikmin? Oh, like the original, all the stuff that you'd find around in the game world, like the advertisement, like the ad placement kind of stuff, I guess? I don't really remember what that stuff was. No Duracell batteries or weed jokes. I guess you can understand that, but the license running out for that, that's pretty funny. Look at that, Star Fox is already down to $45. See that? And it hasn't even been that long. Just don't forget the pre-order price was cheaper than the actual retail price for that, right? Wasn't the retail like, it was 50 on pre-order, but if you didn't pre-order, then it went up to 60. Hydro Thunder Hurricane, from what I remember, is Xbox Live Arcade only. I don't think that ever had a port anywhere else, like on PC or anything like that. It's just Xbox Live. Worth it though. Oh my god. Pokemon ZA, $325. Like, almost every copy of the game that is out there right now is going to be a 10, right? It comes fresh from a case. Come on. So ridiculous. I'm still really mad we never got a physical in the US for Klonoa Phantom Reverie Collection. So messed up. We got screwed on that. Hopefully they felt the sales are strong enough to warrant a Klonoa 3. Have I ever tried a Final Fantasy 13? Oh, I love 13. I did speedrunning of it for quite a bit. Or at least trying to learn how to speedrun it. I did one speedrun all the way to the end. I probably spent about 100 hours trying to learn it, or more. I could never finish 13-2 though when I played it. I wasn't really feeling that one. But I would love to go back and try it again, see what I think now. 13-2 is just so much different from the first one. It's available on Windows, okay. Other than that, I guess that's it. Yeah, that was a major misstep on their part, not releasing a physical US copy of the Klonoa collection. I don't know what their thought process was with that. If there's one series people want a physical copy for, it is Klonoa. Oh, they just pulled the hit card? Yeah, I think that's the card that everybody's trying to get from the Japanese set, the Darkrai. Not out in the US yet. Who knows how much money they just paid to try and pull that thing. Yeah, I really want to play Lightning Returns. The reason I can is because I never finished 13-2. It just never makes sense to play it until I did. So if and when I do this Final Fantasy Marathon thing, that'll be one that I look forward to getting around to. Everything seems pretty normal in Switchland. Nothing too out of the ordinary. A lot of games retaining their value, first party releases. Kirby is still $48 shipped. At least for that one. Oh, physical copy of Baroque. YA. I don't think I'm too familiar with this Baroque. Cool cover. Now, if only they'd release it in the US, that would be great. Harvestella, that's a cool game. They canceled the sequel to that. We were going to get a sequel to Harvestella. They canceled it during the Square Enix purge of restructuring. $330 for First Departure Ultimate Edition. Ships the 31st. I think the figures are... Oh, it's not even a figure. It's just the standees. Standees are probably the best part, but listen, for that price, I can definitely live without all this stuff. Just give me the standard copy. You believe some of the other Baroque titles. How many Baroque games are on there? I'm not familiar with what Baroque YA is. Do they put the PS2 and Wii game on there? Is it like some kind of compilation or something? 2 of the titles are in eShop. 4 Baroque games. I wonder if it's got some of the weird mobile games on there. Little Friends, Dogs and Cats. I thought they stopped making stuff like this on the Switch. I thought this was only for the Wii. Feels like Nintendogs. Your ultimate puppy paradise. Befriend and care for your perfect pet while exploring the world together on this paw-gettable adventure, island adventure. 350 puppy outfits. 8 habitats to explore. You know what? I bet you it's a probably pretty like cute and fun game. I wasn't aware that they still tried to release stuff like this on the Switch. I knew they were out there, but as its own like little standalone title, that isn't like a port of a mobile game. In a way, it's kind of cool that they still release stuff like that. The kids need games too, you know. Honestly, at this point, if kids are playing anything other than Roblox and Fortnite, they should be happy. PS2 and Wii are Sega Saturn remakes, so they're not on it. That's a shame. 2 mobile ones, Sega Saturn original, plus 1 more. Interesting. Damn, hopefully they release that in US. Probably not, though. I almost feel like I'd want it, though, just to get the mobile games on a physical cart. Sadly, Baroque is pretty rough to play, though, if you're not playing it translated. There's 1080. Still not too pricey. There's not a lot of GameCube games that I really want to get, but I do want to get 1080. Give that game a shot because people recommend that a lot to me. I feel like I rented 1080 on the N64. I don't remember what the hell I thought of it. I guess I didn't love it that much. I remember I think I rented something 1080. It had to be the N64 game because I wasn't really renting much GameCube. I'd like to try that. Wait, is Clock Tower 3 really 180? I think this is that seller that is increasing the price of all the games by like 100%. Oh, nope, the time has come. I used to warn people about this game all the time. And I'm sure a lot of you actually picked it up because of my warnings. I used to tell people to make sure you're buying this game back when it was around $30 to $50. 60 at the most. I said there's no way this game is staying that cheap for that long. It looks like Clock Tower 3 is finally under the survival horror effect on PS2. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's a minimum you're not paying under $100 now. Yeah, I used to warn people about that game all the time. Because it's Clock Tower. It's a survival horror on PS2. How the hell is that not going to go over $100 at some point? And it's going to keep climbing. For sure. Once it goes over 100, that's it. Sky's the limit after that point. $100 is like the breaking point. You know what the sad part is with game collecting? A lot of times people don't care about a game until it goes for like at least $100. When Clock Tower was like $40, $50, they're like, it's not $100. I don't care about it. But now that it's over 100, believe me, they're going to start caring all of a sudden. The price is like a status symbol on some of these freaking games. Right, like Baroque is getting there. Once Baroque on PS2 starts creeping into that like 1 to 150 range, you watch how all of a sudden how much more attention that game is going to get and how the price is going to go up. Nobody cared about Baroque back when it was like a $20, $30 game. Wait and see. Is this supposed to be a bad Batman game? I'm sad. I feel like I've played the worst Batman game already, and now I don't have any more super bad ones to look forward to. One thing's for sure, I'll never forget my playthrough of Dark Tomorrow. That was definitely an experience. Oh, this is the one everybody was recommending. Okay, I don't think I have Vengeance. This is another one that's supposed to be bad, I think, right? It does look pretty bad. Definitely, the art style and the cutscenes are nowhere near as cool as Dark Tomorrow. Vengeance is all first-person training level. Is it really? You just play a ton of the game in first person? Wait, a Saberwolf figure? They had Killer Instinct figures? Oh, they did. Oh, we didn't get a crusty foot tonight, but we got somebody's hairy thigh. Crotch shot. It's as good as we're gonna get tonight, apparently. Looks like he's standing on a candy bar. Like a chocolate candy bar with the wrapper coming off. Hershey's bar. Once you see it, now you can't unsee it. Did I ever play the awful Aquaman game on GameCube? I believe I played it on Xbox, but yes, I did stream that many years ago. It was another one of those games where at first I was like, oh, this isn't too bad. But then you start playing and you start realizing just how aggravating that game is to play. I think the worst part, if I remember right, it's just one of those games where if you die, you gotta like restart a 20-minute level or something. If it wasn't for that, the game actually wouldn't have been that terrible. I just remember that being, I think, my #1 problem with it. Have I played Absalom? I have not, no. Is that the... Absalom? That sounds very familiar. What kind of game is that again? I feel like I could see the logo in my mind. Yeah, Saberwolf has been expensive for quite a while on Game Boy Advance. There was a period where I was trying to track that game down over the years, but I gave up on that a long time ago. It's a roguelite beat 'em up. Yeah, no, I haven't played that. And I wonder when we're going to see the other Sega games that we were promised. We were promised a new Golden Axe, right? What were the other ones that they promised us? Did they a new Streets of Rage, right? I believe was one of them. What were the other ones that they promised? Chicker on Radio. I feel like I'm forgetting. Obviously, we're getting Crazy Taxi, but I feel like there was another one. Altered Beast, I think, was one. They showed that stuff way too early, or they like teased it too early. I feel like a lot of that stuff would have been better as almost like a shadow drop, like surprise, new game out in Crazy Taxi, surprise, new Golden Axe. The fact that we've known about it for a few years now kind of sucks. Oh, Altered Beast is a classic. If you played it back in the day in your childhood, you definitely have fond memories of that game, and it still plays alright. It's a pretty fun game. Titanfall 2. I guess I'll have to buy the physical. It's so cheap. Deluxe edition? Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that cover. It's a pretty cool cover, actually. War paint, nose art. Yeah, don't care about any of that. I just like it for the cover. There's a free code. Anybody want to steal it? You just gotta guess what the final number is. It looks like a 2. Do I like Golden Axe more than Altered Beast? I like Golden Axe 2 more than Altered Beast, but I like Altered Beast more than Golden Axe 1. I have a strong preference for Golden Axe 2. Shinobi didn't meet their expectations. I don't know. I'm not sure if Shinobi carries the same weight as some of the other games they were going to resurrect, though. We'll see. Hopefully they don't become vaporware. You bought a game the other day off eBay and tried the code in the box. The expiration date was 2023. Oh wow. What game was it? Batman Arkham Origins. Oh, and they had like a DLC code inside. I still want to try the Spectrobes games. Never played any. Have any of you played Spectrobes? Can you recommend them? And if so, which is the best one? I would want to try the Wii one. It's the only one that ever really came to console. It's gotta be good. You know how I know? It's got Japanese on the cover of the game. That's how you know it's a good game. Origins is best. It's very good. Okay. I'm assuming it's just like some kind of action RPG of sorts. Natural Doctrine is another one to watch out for. Yeah, I'd keep your eyes peeled on a physical copy of Natural Doctrine. PS4 version, obviously. There is a PS3 and a Vita version, believe it or not. I feel like that could be a game that potentially, depending on the availability, I'm not sure what the availability is looking like, could see a little bit of a price increase. Afterburner Black Falcon. Looks fun. I never played that. Gotta be honest, I forgot there's an... I mean, I guess I just don't remember the cover. I remember there being an Afterburner game on here. I just don't remember the cover looking like that. Oh, there's not much of a difference between Natural Doctrine. The PS3 version is much more rare. They didn't make as many of those. That's about it. It's one of the hardest combat systems you'll ever play in an RPG, though, so just be warned. Very convoluted. But if you're up for the challenge... Most people that I've seen try to play that give up on it. I'm pretty sure it made a streamer that I used to watch just quit streaming altogether. He used to play nothing but RPGs. And then he made it to Natural Doctrine, and I was all excited to watch him suffer through that. He never finished it, and I'm pretty sure he just stopped streaming right after that. It drove him crazy. Drove him mad. Yeah, Natural Doctrine is a grind. Yeah, I give up on it too. Lancet's like one of the only people I've seen say that they beat it. Most people just don't have the patience to learn the combat. Once it started clicking for me, though, I started really enjoying it, but I didn't like love it enough to take it all the way to the end. minus CIB. SOCOM was sealed. People are starting to ask quite a bit for Twisted Metal on PS3. I think, okay, 5 years ago, the price on Twisted Metal didn't go up much on PS3. But we're talking like 5 or 6 years later, right? I think people, or 7 years when the time comes, I could actually see the price on Twisted Metal starting to go up and maybe not come down completely. It's not a very rare game. It's not, it's barely even uncommon. But I think there's enough demand for Twisted Metal at this point for that game to actually see a permanent impact on its price. I could definitely see that becoming, like, at minimum, a $25, $30 game, where previously it was, like, easily $10, $15. I was a pretty big fan of Twisted Metal on PS3, but I played a lot of it online. I didn't do much of the single-player stuff. I played that game like crazy when it came out. When digital fully takes over the gaming world, will physical games be complete? No, they won't be completely priced out. There's just too many. You'll always be able to collect something. Thanks, Crazy. Crazy asks, do I like Epic Mickey? Damn, you actually just reminded me. I bought Epic Mickey rebrushed and I forgot to freaking play it. I bought it while I was on sale for Black Friday. Yeah, I played the demo for that and I actually really liked it way more than I expected to, that version of the game. I enjoyed Epic Mickey on Wii, but ultimately that game was a bit of a disappointment because my expectations were so high on it. But all these years later, going back to it and not having to play with motion controls was actually pretty fun for the demo that I played. I gotta remember where I put that. It's laying around somewhere. How much Twisted Metal demand is driven by the show? Probably not too much. I think most Twisted Metal demand is basically just driven by the genre itself, car combat, and people's nostalgia for Twisted Metal. I don't think the show has too much of an impact on it. It's got to have some impact, but it's not. Nothing too substantial. I've been heavily considering, maybe I'll try watching an episode or two tonight if I can figure out how you can watch the original Digimon tonight. I've just been like in the mood to try watching Digimon. I watched it a very little bit in my childhood, and I bought some of the original like Digibattle cards when I was younger. Other than that, that's pretty much my experience with Digimon. But I've been like, and it has nothing to do with the fact that there's, Time Stranger just got released on Switch 2. Nothing that I didn't even know that was happening. I've just been, for some reason, I'm just like feeling Digimon. I'm feeling nostalgic for something that I never really had much nostalgia for. Just like the faint memories of opening a few packs of that when I was younger. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I'd be inclined to play Digimon World for the first time, or maybe it's Time Stranger, but I don't think I would stream that. Time Stranger's... That feels like the kind of game that I'd need to play on my own time on the Switch too. Like, that's a huge game. It looks cool, though. But I've just been... I don't know. I've been feeling it. I've been feeling the Digimon. It's the designs. Like, I was looking at some of the old Digimon cards, and I'm like, damn, some of these things had awesome designs. Yeah, they are cool. If I knew... I had, like, a couple of packs of the new Digimon laying around. I have no idea where it is. If I knew where it was, I'd open a pack for you guys, but... Like, I tried getting into the new Digimon thing a few years ago, but I don't know. Those cards don't do it for me like the old ones do. Data Squad. Oh, is that the PS2 one? I actually streamed that a couple years ago. That's like a straight up regular turn-based RPG. I wasn't expecting that. It was for the wheel, so it got skipped, but that game seemed pretty cool, other than the fact that the loading in the combat is so slow. The battles take forever. Yeah, I don't know. I might try some Digimon and report back to you guys in the coming week or so. I won't have time to do it tonight. Because I have a couple of Digimon games on DS. I think and hope that I have Digimon World 1. I think what it is, I have the case and manual for Digimon World 2. I really hope I have the first game. Can't remember, because there were a couple of Digimon games on PS1 where I didn't have the disc, which is just the case and the manual. Because I got like a box lot years ago. Those are some of them. Seasons 1 to 3 are the best. Yeah, I'd start with Season 1. I tried getting into it when I tried the new card game. And I think I started with one of the newer Digimon shows. That was supposed to be like a new introduction to Digimon. Nah, get out of here with that garbage. We're going back to the first season. Gotta start old school. Oh, I'm definitely doing English. I always do English. I don't even care if it's a terrible dub. I always go English. The only time I went Japanese was for Naruto. And I can understand the argument, because believe me, after you listen to the Japanese for Naruto, and then you try to listen to the English, and Naruto's like, believe it, believe it. I'm like, oh my god, I think I made the right decision listening to the Japanese one, because man, that was brutal. But if you started watching the English, then it probably is no big deal, right? But if you go from one to the other, I can see why people are like at war with that kind of stuff. Let's look up what's going on in the world of Digimon video games. Now I'm curious. Yeah, there's Data Squad. That game was alright, just from what I played. Just the battles are crazy slow. But wait a minute, hold on. What if that was the beginning of the death of my slim PS2? What if it was slow because my PS2 was starting to die? But if I do recall, the battles were still excruciatingly slow even outside of loading times. I think they're just long in general. Where's the Digimon game I have on DS? Look at this. Even WonderSwan Digimon games are selling. Love to see it. Digimon World 2, 140. Sounds about right. Digimon World 1. Prices still seem to be about the same for these. The DS ones are probably some of the more rare Digimon games. Hexagonal Hell. Okay, so yeah. I couldn't remember exactly why it was so slow. Oh wow. Xbox One version. Can't be many of those printed. Here's one of the rarest. That's actually a great price. Oh, that's for the PAL version. This is one of the rarest Digimon games. Rumble Arena 2, but specifically for PS2. You know, ESRB version. Pretty damn hard to track down. Digimon World DS. Is that the one I have? I think that might be the one I have. Digimon World DS. Those ones are interesting because they're more like traditional RPGs. They're not like your typical Digimon game. Yeah, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before I start showing up to stream with like an Agumon plush in the background, and I'll be like styling my hair like the characters from the show. Watch, we're gonna just start like digivolving live on stream. When Pokemon gets too crazy, you gotta like, you know, find something else, right? Gotta move into the lesser loved Pokemon show. My favorite Digimon when I was younger, though, for some reason, was Patamon. I have no idea why. I guess I just kind of like the design. It's cute as hell. Yeah, you can see the DS games are genuinely pretty rare. Right? Look how few are popping up complete in box. Yeah, so Digimon World DS is the big one. The Digimon pretending to be a wolf so he wears a mane over himself. Oh yeah, he's cool. Digimon has some really, really cool designs. Some of them are so goofy too. So like I was looking at some of the old cards, and I'm just like, this is so hilarious. I forget some of the names of them, but it was like, I just love the names. It's like Mantamon and Swanmon and Marsupialmon. It's like, God, the names are just so dumb. You gotta love it. And Angewomon, you know? Everybody's favorite. I just find it so funny with Digimon. Like, they got the cute little critters, and then you just got, like, the anthropomorphic, like, large-breasted Digimon. Do you know what I'm talking? Like, it's just so funny. Pokemon could never. I mean, they kind of have it with some of the Pokemon. Hold on, let me show people Angewomon. Angewomon is certainly... It is a Digimon. It's not all about cute little creatures. We actually got to be pretty careful. This is official artwork, by the way. This is a card from the card game. There it is. Digimon. Digital monsters. You could see why some people may prefer it over Pokemon. Oh boy. Wait, is that real? That's a puzzle? 60-piece trading card puzzle. Is that official? There's no way that's official. It's actually official from Japan, I think. Yeah, we're getting into Digimon. For sure. Pokemon, old news. All Pokemon's got is like Jinx. And what's that rabbit one that everybody likes, the Lopunny or whatever the hell, and then what's the other weird one that people fascinate on? The Gardevoir. It's like, man, Pokemon fans are so weird with that. Gardevoir? Come on. Gotta introduce them to Digimon. Oh shoot, I better filter Pokemon. What the hell am I doing searching Game Boy without filtering Pokemon? What am I, crazy? That literally probably just took out like 300,000 results. Marvel Ultimate Alliance on Game Boy Advance. Wonder how that plays. Oh, sprite work actually doesn't look that bad. Pretty detailed. Do they actually let you have like 4 characters at once? From Fusions? No, I'm not familiar with most of the Digimon shows. You just picked up MUA1. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Yeah, I enjoyed Marvel Ultimate Alliance back in the day. That was a fun game to play online. That was box only for Astro Boy. How in the hell, like, this has got to be so compressed on Game Boy Advance, right? Limited run games video. Oh, is it one of those video carts? No gameplay, just sit back and watch Night Trap. That is such a limited run games thing to do. But it's, you know, hey, if you ever want to watch Night Trap, it is entertaining. Digimon cards are stupid expensive as Pokemon. The original Digi Battle set, like the original card game for Digimon, Series 1 and 2, so the ones that you remember having as a kid, those are generally not expensive at all. They're actually pretty cheap to just like buy packs and open. The reason being is they're so plentiful. And there's not a lot of commons, there's not a lot of chase cards. So those are actually very cheap and affordable. So if you're sitting on like the OG with the OG card back from Series 1 or 2, you know, at most, the most expensive cards in that tend to be the War Greymon, the non-holo War Greymon. It's like $20 to $30 for that. The holos in some cases are worth even less because they're just so common. So I know PeteDorr was one of the OG. What was it? PeteDorr? And what was the other ones in Series 1? There were like 2 other holos in Series 1. They're super common. When you get into Series 3, 4, 5, and 6, especially Series 6, that's when things start getting to crazy Pokemon levels. Series 6 is apparently like the Skyridge of Digimon, but even worse. For the Digibattle cards. In my opinion, they look pretty badass. The holo pattern on those cards in Series 3, 4, 5, and 6 are pretty awesome. Here, I can show you. The sad part is you cannot... The packs are impossible to get. You can't get the packs anymore. You pretty much have to buy singles. Let's see. So... This is from the original series, so like Series 1 and 2. Alright, so that's from one of the original sets. That's Series 2. Alright, so they're not too bad. And then they changed for 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is what the cards started looking like. They changed the border, they changed the back of the card, they changed the holo pattern, they changed everything to CG renders. Which, to be honest, I think the CG renders actually kind of look cool. Alright, so... OG Series 1, Metal Seedramon, And then like here's newer ones. Let me try and show you what some of the crazy ones are selling for. Because they get high. Yes, so War Greymon, but that's graded. But just to give you an idea what someone would pay for that graded. So like I said, Series 6 is where things get crazy. So hundreds of dollars for the Series 6 holos. The reason being, for Series 3, 4, 5, and 6, every single card can come in holo. Whereas Series 1 and 2, only specific cards come in holo, so some of the cards in a holo for 3, 4, 5, and 6 are actually incredibly rare. But yeah, that gives you kind of an idea. So if any of you are sitting on Digimon cards from this series, from these series right here, you could be sitting on a fortune. You may not be aware. Look how cool. I think the holo pattern on these is pretty awesome. I love this holo reminds me of those. Remember those stickers that you get out of a vending machine that had like that 3D look to them? That's kind of what that reminds me of. I think it looks awesome. But yeah, this is top of the top. Not all of them are this crazy. There's the PeteDorr. That's graded though. Not graded. That card's like $10 to $20 at the most. But yeah, just to give you an idea. Most people gave up after Series 1 or 2, yes. Yeah, most people gave up after Series 1 and 2. Those were super plentiful, super overprinted. And then after that, because obviously you can tell I've done my research on Digimon recently. There were like several other card games that came out. They had, after that came Digimon Detectors, which failed after like a year and only like a couple sets. And then there was Digimon CCG, Digimon Collectible Card Game, which had some pretty cool looking holos too, but that one's kind of hard to track down. There was like a Yu-Gi-Oh clone game. And then there was one more one more Digimon card game that I can't remember what the heck they called it. There were multiple failed Digimon card games, most of which never lasted more than 1 or 2 years. And now they finally have the new one that is finally successful for them. I'm not sure about the old the DBZ card games. I had some of those too. Yeah. I have no idea what the hell that's worth. Trying to decide on a purchase, would I consider a PS2 game with disc and original case but no manual better, or disc and manual of a generic case? I would get the case and disc, no manual, because you can always track down the manual at a later point. Probably easier than just the case. Well, I've opened some Digimon on my card game channel, like the newer Digimon. I was kind of into it, but I was getting into it to play the game, and then I just never got around to... Like, I was trying to learn how to play it and everything, but I never committed to playing it. It's not really a game that I would collect, unless I get into Digimon. And the great thing about the new Digimon card game is that shit is cheap as hell. Like, those packs are... They don't sell out like Pokemon, they're actually really cheap. But that's more of a player's card game, not so much a collector's card game. You got a stack of sealed Dragon Ball Z packs from Babbage's. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine they're not selling like hotcakes like Pokemon, but there's got to be some desirability to it. Hime's Quest. Is this a homebrew? Sure looks... I mean, obviously it's a homebrew, but is it like a newer game that you can get on Steam, or is it only Game Boy Color? Looks alright. See, this is, in my opinion, moving forward with limited run, this is more of the kind of stuff you're going to see from them. Oh, it's a Crunchyroll game? What the hell? You'll see more stuff like this, right? Cartridge releases. Hime is Crunchyroll's mascot. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had no idea. Notice how when I don't search complete in box for Game Boy, almost everything is cart only, other than Japanese games. Get a Digivice. Yeah, before you know it, when I go for my walks and stuff, when I'm at the gym, I'm gonna be like, bring in my freaking Digivices, my Digimon. The Tamagotchi ones from back in the day. Yeah, I wouldn't be caught dead with a Digivice out in the wild, though, let me tell you. Those things look ridiculous. The watch ones, I think there's some newer watch ones that don't look too crazy. It would look like I'm just wearing like a sports watch, but Jesus. The other ones are kind of... the other ones are kind of crazy. How do I feel about physical fan games and ROM hacks? Oh, I think they're cool. I think physicals for homebrew, like ROM hack stuff is neat. I have a few of those for Genesis and Super Nintendo. They should come out with a digital pet meant for the gym where, like, in order to train your Digimon or your Pokemon thing, you have to get, like, PRs and stuff in the gym. So, like, the stronger you get in the gym, the stronger your monster gets. Wouldn't that be... Come on, how does something like that not exist yet? What a great motivator that would be. And then you can imagine, right, you go up to the other gym bros and it's like, all right, come on, let's digi battle in the middle of the gym, and like you're fighting with your Digimon or your Pokemon based on who's trained them better. Gold mine waiting to happen. I'm pretty sure if Pokemon released an app, look at Pokemon Go, right? Look at how crazy that was. If Pokemon released an app that paired Pokemon with the gym, I could see that taking over gyms. People would be joining gyms like crazy. Flash mobs of people going to gyms to train their Pokemon. This is that Game Boy Advance game that I bought somebody for Secret Santa like 2 decades ago on Digital Press. Bet you they never expected to get that. This was during a time where you couldn't even find this game on eBay. You had to import it straight from Japan. Which is what I did. I had to use a middleman service. It's like a mini game compilation or something with Domo-kun. How's Midnight Club on Game Boy Advance? Is it one of those really cool looking, like we're using a fake 3D engine kind of look? Oh no, it's top down. That would explain why it's not expensive, because typically the racing games on Game Boy Advance that look like practically like a 3D game are pretty pricey. Oh, wow. 4 Game Boy Advance Tony Hawk games. It's a cool lot. $25 a game. I actually have no idea what the hell these go for. Oh, 5, excuse me. That's a cool lot. I'm gonna link this seller. Oh, some of the boxes are a little crushed. But still, I love theme lots so much. I'm gonna link that in case anybody wants to send an offer or something. I haven't played Crash games on PSP. That's a good question. Alright, so tonight we're going to give the YouTube people a little bit of love. Normally I do my little bonus stream at the end for kick, but we're gonna do the same for YouTube people tonight, for the members. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna allow, if you're a YouTube member, we're gonna have like a, I don't know, for the next 45 minutes, however long, hour, whatever the hell, I'll take search requests. So if you're a member on YouTube, you can just like throw out things you want me to search for, and I will search for them, you know, games or whatever the hell. Mostly specific games, because it helps us kind of like go through them faster. But we're gonna get ready to switch over in about 5 minutes or so. Actually, hold on, let me see. What can I set this for? 10 minutes. We'll switch over in 10 minutes. So it's going to be a little abrupt, just a heads up. The last time I did this, I forgot that, like, I had no idea it would just abruptly end. So let me do this. Set an alarm 9 minutes from now. Because if I don't do that, all of a sudden the stream will just like end abruptly for YouTube.
Counting down.
So if you remember, you'll be able to stick around. Just, it's been a little bit since I've done like a bonus thing for my YouTube members, so we'll kind of hang out and do that. Do I have any Toro Ino games? I don't think so. Let me see. I see the cover, I might remember. No, yeah, I don't think I have any of these. From what I understand, I think a lot of those games are not the easiest to play, right? I appreciate you hanging out in them. Video games ate my soul. Two people are buying on Vita. I feel like Vita's not getting quite as much attention right now. People are probably just like stealthily picking stuff up like, oh boy. Better get on that before the masses jump on it. This is a game, not this one specifically. I actually used to have the collector's edition for this. I don't even know how you're supposed to pronounce that. The Firefly Diary game, we'll say. But there's a game in that series on PlayStation 4 and 5 that does have a physical, thankfully. The one where you're like in a terrarium that I've been recommended from people. This is a launch game that I wish I picked up. Shinobito 2. Everybody's like, wait, where's the first Shinobito? when that came out. Never heard of it. And then we never saw anything again, I think, from that series. Wow, they had a physical for Mutant Blob's Attack? I bought that game digital because at the time I think that's all that it was available on. When did they release a physical for this? Oh, it's limited run, that would explain it. Well, at least the price is somewhat still reasonable. Good thing we got a backlog of thousands of games. Yep. Yeah, we got plenty of stuff to play. Oh, they got $50 for Shinobi Do 2. This is one of the only games I got to get on PS3 right here. Lost Dimension. I'm very curious about what I'll think of this game. It's just such a fascinating, cool concept. Every playthrough is randomized with like who's the traitor in your group. I like that. That'll probably be one of the only ones I try and track down. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with my PS3 collection. There's not too much I need to panic buy. There might be some Vita games I'm willing to let go of, like in terms of the collector's editions I have. I'm looking up them up there. I got the Noir game, the Hyperdimension Noir game. I could probably get rid of that. Looks like I got Ease 7 up there. Wait, what Ease is that? Maybe it is an Ease 7. I can't see what one it is. Persona Dancing All Night for Persona 4. I could probably get rid of that. I don't need the collectors. I just really don't want collector's editions anymore. I really don't. I even got the Muramasa one up there. Ragnarok Odyssey. Yeah, I'm good with just regular game cases. I don't need those big ass bulky boxes. Unless it means something like substantial to me. This was always an expensive one, huh? Ratchet and Clank Trilogy, $300. Well, Lost Dimension not being overly convoluted is, I don't know. Seems like a selling point to me. That's why I'm really liking Star Ocean right now. So straightforward. Sad to hear the trader concept is not really too great, though. This is another one I still... It's one of the only Silent Hill games I don't own. Actually, maybe... Oh, that and Shattered Memories on PS2. But I played that on Wii. Book of Memories. Man, I really gotta get a Vita TV that's modded so I can stream this game. Because this will be one of the only Silent Hill games I haven't streamed. Problem is, this game is really long. This is a long game. That is not a short game. I feel like I'd really like Book of Memories, though, seriously. I feel like I'd probably really like it. I have a Vita TV. I've never been able to find it. I don't know what I did with it. It's just lost, so I gotta get a new one. Wow, I forgot that World of Final Fantasy is on Vita. Damn. Cool cover. It's not overly long for a casual run. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. This year doesn't seem like a good year for it because it's the 10th anniversary of Horror Month, and I don't think I want to spend that many streams playing Book of Memories. I want to focus on like some real heavy hitters. I wouldn't consider that a heavy hitter. Is there going to be a new Silent Hill game out in time for this October though? When is that new one coming out? That Outlast looking game. What was it called again? Is that going to be out in time this year? September. Okay, so it will be out in time. Just a reminder, in just over 1 minute, the YouTube stream, and the other streams will shut down as well. We're going to be exclusive to YouTube for the final segment of the stream here, where you guys can request games for me to search for if you're just curious to see what they're going for, just my opinion on them. In just over a minute, it will go members only, and the other streams will end. So if you're just watching on Twitch or Kick, I appreciate it. And if you're just watching on YouTube without membership, I appreciate it as well. This week I'm going to be continuing Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness. I've actually been really enjoying that. And, you know, when I'm feeling like it, we'll get back and do a stream of Skies of Arcadia. I just felt like I needed a break from Skies of Arcadia. I needed something a little more energetic, faster paced. Yeah, and I think Star Ocean's a good substitute right now. All right, I'm gonna end the Twitch and the Kick stream.